Here.
Mr. Kirshner?
Here.
And Ms. Walsh?
Here.
All right, thank you. All present and accounted for. Was informed that we do not have any public participation comments today. Oh, sorry, I jumped. Mr. Vice President, if you could read our belief statement and board norms.
We believe all cruisers are valuable. We will unconditionally serve, support, and inspire. Therefore, every cruiser will maximize their unique purpose, potential, and power to produce the results they want. As leaders of the district, we will always strive to support the mission and vision of the district, be prepared, informed, and ready for meetings, respect one another as elected representatives of the community, be open-minded and recognize one another's strengths, the value of diverse perspectives, and mutual commitment to the mission and vision of the district. Allow members to complete their thoughts and statements before others comment. Allow members to be heard and listen to all perspectives with an open mind. Stay focused on the task at hand and respectfully redirect each other when needed. Maintain confidentiality and communicate per board policies. Ensure trust and transparency in all dealings. And after a vote is cast, leave meetings united as one voice no matter the outcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. On to the adoption of the meeting agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Go ahead.
So moved.
Second.
So I have Ms. Gray, Board Member Gray first, Vice President Bauer second. Any comments? I want to make a few comments. There was a ask for a couple additional executive sessions. Those were already added, so the public is aware. Those came from some board members, so was not done at the original announcement of the agenda, but they were added as requested, and they're kind of spread out through our agenda today.
Thank you. I did have a comment on the agenda. Thank you. I did have a comment on the agenda. I was reading an article where Gary Lee Ogden was congratulating Mary Tedrow on her many, many years of service. And she referenced how many hours she had put in based on the 2.5-hour board meetings. I would again request that this board, if we come to a point of 10 or 10:30, we stop and we schedule a special meeting and continue the remainder of the business rather than going till the wee hours of the night. It doesn't make for good decision making. It's not fair to our staff. It's not fair to ourselves. We are paid $125 an hour, and as I've stated, $125 for a meeting. And as I've stated before, I can guarantee you the state didn't plan on that being 7 or 8 hour meetings. Also, as an example, item E is not board business. I was the person who said, hey, let's make sure we recognize our bus driver. But this is a great opportunity to be in front of all the bus drivers at the bus garage during the day, recognizing them. And this is the kind of stuff that drags our meetings on. So I would like us to focus on board business, adjourn at a reasonable time, and have a second meeting when necessary. Thank you.
I would also like to make a comment about the agenda. So we have this varies from all of our previous board agendas, where we have 2 board items, F and L. And I was wondering why that is. All of our board items should be together. L, of course, are what I have asked to be added to the agenda. So I'm curious as to why they weren't added. Actually, what I asked was board communication, and this is like 5 separate items, not board communication as I asked. But I would like to know why this was put together this way.
So, all right.
L is executive session. Are you referring to N, board items?
Yeah, L, board items, I think. Is that what you're saying?
There was a board item F and there's board item L. So we have 2 sets of board items.
gotcha.
And I was wondering why it was put together that way. Why do we have 2 sets of board items? It
So
should
as
all
you-
be together.
Well, technically, I was going to make a motion to change board F to be board presentation because that was a very specific presentation. That way we could get the information out in front of the constituents who've come here to hear that presentation. And then secondly, the rest of that was a discussion so we could get our board business out of the way. People can go home and we can have the discussion as needed. So that is why.
Yeah, could you repeat that? I'm not sure I'm following. Are you saying, let me go over that. Are you saying board item F is a discussion item?
No, I said that I was going to make a comment after you and whoever else was finished speaking that board F should have been board presentation because we asked for a very specific presentation. And last time we we've had this conversation about the territory transfer, and I wanted to ensure that was up front. The other things are discussion items for us. So we talk about getting board business done. So I was trying to make sure the territory transfer was done to address the concern of our constituent that is here today. Then move on to board business. Then we can go on to board discussion. So that was the methodology behind that. So
Yeah, that still doesn't really make any sense to me because we got
okay,
student
well that's the
advisory committee in there. I think all the board items should be together.
So you would like to move that we.
Yeah, I would like to move that item L be moved to item F. Number L 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 be moved to item F. 3. Let me make sure. 4,
L is
5,
ex-
6,
You need to look
7,
at the latest
and 8.
agenda, because that is what you have was before those executive sessions were added. Sorry
It's-
about that, I didn't use my mic.
L is executive session. I believe you're referencing N, which is board items.
So, Board Member Walsh is making a recommendation to change the board agenda to move board items.
Oh, wait. You're saying the agenda I have is not accurate. Is that what
Yes.
you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, that's. I guess that's another problem in itself, isn't it?
Well, no, you guys,
Discuss that.
the board. So we can discuss that just so it's clear. Have to provide the board documentation at the time, and that's why I made the statement at the beginning of the board meeting for everyone to understand that there were items asked upon your request. Therefore, with those items being asked, what we printed out and dropped off at your home as requested was what was originally put out. Then you sent an email asking to add additional executive sessions, which then moved the numbers down. That's also, it wasn't intentionally meant to provide you incorrect information. It was after you received it, there were requests by you and Mr. Kirshner, after you received it, that you wanted to add these items. We did that, and that's why the letters are just a little off. So it was nothing intentional by any means.
Well, I'm gonna have to review this. I'm not gonna be able to approve the agenda until I review it. I haven't even seen this agenda. Sorry. Just give me a few seconds here. Minute.
Yep, we could actually, you want to just move to a recess to give you an opportunity? Would you like to move to a recess so we can just move to a recess? Okay.
So they said something you wanted was added. Is that?
Yes, I stated that there was a request from you and Mr. Kirshner to add some additional executive sessions. We had one executive session on the agenda when we sent out the agenda announcement to the public and notice. Then there was an email from you and an email from Mr. Kirshner after we dropped off the hard copy to your home. Since then, with the emails we received, you asked for those two executive sessions, you and then Mr. Kirshner. We added those, therefore the agenda lettering did change. And that was the only thing that was added based off of your request. As far as the lettering goes.
Okay, so I would like to have item. The only thing that's changed is the order, is what you're saying. Is that
We
correct?
have 3 separate executive sessions.
We've added 2 additional
Okay.
executive sessions.
Thank you.
There's also an update to the HR portion of the agenda because today's a July 10th deadline. So we've had both resignations and additional hires that have been going on as recently as today. So we knew this would be changing it to the last minute, and that's why the most updated HR agenda was in the packet and has been updated online.
But as far as numbering
So
or
then-
lettering.
Okay, I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
No, I was just making sure it was clear. It was based off of lettering. The changes were based off of your request after the notice was sent and you were provided with the original agenda. There was no intentionality to deceive or provide misinformation to any board member or constituents.
So I would amend my motion to say that we move item N, board items, to board items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to board items F 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Get all the board items done. They're not going to take long. So we need a second.
Second.
So we have a motion from Board Member Walsh to move board items to N to board items F, which I also had a motion to change F, but we have a second from Mr. Kirschner. If we could have roll call, please.
Mrs. Dowdleberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
And again, just for clarity, as the board president and our policy, I work with the superintendent and our board members to set the agenda. The agenda was sent out as a draft prior to. In addition to, we were trying to, in my mind, as Mr. Kirshner stated, get the board business accomplished first. So therefore, I moved our discussion separately so we can have those discussions after we handle board business. If we could have an approval for, have roll call for.
I have one more motion, please. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem.
I would move that we combine the executive sessions in the place of O rather than have three separate executive sessions. When I asked you, and I'm sorry if I wasn't clear, I just wanted the additional reasons for the executive session added to the executive session. I wasn't attempting to create three separate executive sessions. So I would move that we move all executive sessions to the place of O and state all of the reasons for the three executive sessions.
I'll second.
I'm just a little confused over that because it was brought to our attention
Correct.
before that you wanted those separated.
Correct.
And to go in and out of executive sessions
Yep.
as recommended by the OSBA.
And legal counsel, and then that way there's a clear distinction between what
Okay.
we did in each one. So we still can vote on
Okay,
this
yeah.
motion, but that was presented multiple times, and that's been our practice majority of this year since the beginning of the calendar year.
Okay.
If we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer,
And this is on, just to be clear, this is on.
to combine executive
combined
sessions.
Okay.
We didn't have a second, did we?
Did we
Ms.
have a
Walsh
second?
did second it, so we need to
Thank
vote
you.
on it.
Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Dowdleberger.
No,
Mr. Bauer.
No.
Ms. Gray.
No.
Mr. Kirschner.
Yes.
And Ms. Walsh.
Yes.
motion fails. All right, now, is there any additional motions or things to make change, or we can vote on the agenda approval now? All right, Mr. Treasurer, if we could have roll call on our agenda now.
Mrs. Dowdleberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
All right, motion passes. So now we are on to public participation. According to our communications director, we did not receive any today. Again, public participation is open to all constituents. Please arrive early, complete the form. We gladly will hear from you. If you need more time, those that may be watching on YouTube, you can send something via email. It is also on the Board of Education website portion as that process if you need more than the allotted time that is given. If we could move on to item E, recognitions for Mr. Superintendent.
Okay, we are recognizing one of our bus drivers tonight. Actually, a couple of our bus drivers?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, one of our bus drivers tonight. And son. Okay. So you've heard us talk about the bus rodeo a couple different times, and it's been in the board updates. Jared Winstaffer, a 1998 Groveport, Madison graduate, has had a distinguished career as school bus driver beginning in 2006 and transitioning to an onboard instructor in 2008. His impressive record includes participation in 14 Central Region bus rodeos with a 12-year winning streak of qualifying for the state competition. Most recently, Jared placed second in the regional competition in April, earning him a spot to compete at the state competition in Hilliard, Ohio in May. In June of this year, Jared competed in the International School Bus Rodeo in Texas, where he placed third in Type C bus and fourth overall.
Wow.
So pretty impressive. One of the top competitors in the country doing that. I'm going to have Terry Thomas come tell a little bit more about the bus rodeo. Apparently, they don't just ride on top of a bus for 8 seconds and see if they can hang on. There's more to it than that. But I'll let Mr. Thomas address that.
Thank you so much. what a great experience here. I actually chaired the committee that changed the name of the rodeo to the School Bus Driver International Safety Competition because yellow buses are beyond our borders. And Jared, there were 51 state winners, and Jared placed third. And the Type C bus are your regular conventional school buses. So that is the biggest category by far. So what he's done is actually beyond, I mean, he's incredible. The best benefit to you, the community, and your children is Jared is teaching the rodeo, which all the 2-hour drivers all year long. This is big stuff. Jared?
Thank you, board. I just like to thank you guys all for the recognition here. The rodeo is one of the things that I take a lot of pride in, simply because it makes me a better driver. We go out there and we drive every day in neighborhoods that are tight for school buses to fit through, things along those lines. And the events that the rodeo provides helps us with those types of situations. So I think it's important that all of our drivers can participate, compete in that, and improve their own skills.
Did we get you the big Groveport Madison belt buckle? That's the big question.
No.
No. Work on that.
Jared?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. One of the other things I want to share, and I talked about this just briefly in there, that OBIs, onboard instructors, are so critical to districts, especially when there's a bus driver shortage, because in some cases we get to hire from other places, but in other cases we're bringing people in and we're training them from scratch. And when you have an OBI who is one of the top drivers in the country, that's wonderful news for us, and impressive on what he's able to help train our new drivers coming in to make sure the kids are being transported safely and minimizing accidents and scrapes and things like that. So the recognition for his competition is wonderful, but it means an awful lot to us and our entire transportation fleet. So Terry, did you want to say one other thing?
One last item. Jared, of course, had an all expense paid trip to Austin for two, and he brought Gabriel Winstaffer, his son, who's a 2020 graduate of Groveport. So I wanted to rewind that. Thank you.
Okay, now we can do pictures.
Yes, thank you so much. Congratulations again. I want to say that these things are important for the board to have these types of presentations. We should be recognizing our staff and students when they achieve excellence. So thank you again for taking your time out this evening, and again, congratulations. On to board item F. Is there any other presentation, or is that I thought that was the only one?
It's only, I misplaced my pen.
Uh-oh, sorry.
I'm
All
sorry.
right. Well, we're on to board item F, which is the OBED's request for territory transfer presentation from our legal counsel, Mr. Adam Miller, who is here. We also have a copy of his presentation that we received afterwards, so we're passing a copy of that down for all of the board members here. So we'll give him a few minutes to set up as we are passing the presentation down to the board members. Board Docs is updated, so those that are watching on YouTube, you can follow along with a copy of this on our Board Docs site. We have a copy of it coming down.
Comms check one. Oh, gosh, I'm not at the range. Excuse me. Comms check. Okay. Does everyone have a copy of the
Yes,
legal
sir.
presentation?
Yes, sir. We
Okay.
passed that down. Thank you. Thank you for being here
Fantastic.
tonight.
All right. If you secretly aspired to go to law school here on the board or in the audience, tonight is your night. You are in luck. We've got Supreme Court cases, we've got appellate cases, we've got law, statutes. So I have the opportunity to explain a really complex legal subject with financial considerations, with territory considerations, with second and third order effects. And it's highly technical in a way that makes sense and you can understand it. So we're going to see how I do. I always wanted to teach law. This is my big chance. Let me say that I owe a big kudo to Sheila Wilimowski Boehner, my colleague at the firm, and thank you, and to Rima Rao and the summer law clerks for their research. You know, they pulled the cases. They did a lot of the legwork tracking it down. But here's what I would say to get started. If you are wondering how common a territory transfer case is, it's a successful one. It's about as common in Ohio as a full eclipse. Why is that? I'm going to walk you through the legal reasons why it is so difficult to accomplish. I'm going to talk about the parties that can initiate a territory transfer and the timeline for that. I'm going to talk about the reasons we usually see a territory transfer go forward, and then what the court and the State Board of Ed weighs as their decision process. If I had to put them in buckets, I would say half of the territory transfers in Ohio happen because citizens say, we live here in this district, and our territory has now been annexed from one township into a different city. And we think because we're now in the city of X, we should also be in the school district of X. That was certainly the case with Middletown and Franklin, where over time there had been 5 different territory annexations from the township to the city. And then the residents said, well, gosh, since we're in this new city and we're no longer in this other school district, we might as well move. But that was denied. The other 2 buckets are transfers that are very, very small parcels, a commercial parcel, an agricultural parcel. What you might, looking at it from a geographical map, would say it's an outlier. Like, let's say that your school district was along State Route 33 and 98% of the school district, this is a case, west of 33, but there is just a sliver of a few parcels on this east side of 33. Those are cases where you see the courts saying, and the State Board of Education saying, where there are no students, where the value difference is de minimis, really small, because in the grand scheme of things with the whole tax duplicate, it's tiny. Those are transfers that they say make sense. And then the third bucket are transfers where there have been new political subdivisions created. And because of those new subdivisions, new county ESCs, the transfer or a new vocational district, the territory transfer almost makes sense. That's the easiest way that I can explain it. So what I'm going to do is walk through the factors. There are a whole bunch of factors in this process. But first, let me start with the 2 main entities that initiate the transfer. And then I'll take questions at the end. The garden variety territory transfer is often when a school district says, we want to consider changing our boundaries and we want to move our lines from point A to point B. So that is pretty common. If the school district decides that they're going to initiate through the board a territory transfer action, the first thing they have to do is negotiate. They have to discuss the current boundaries. They have to discuss the equities of what the change would do financially. That involves the board, it involves the administration, it involves the chief fiscal officer, obviously. And then if and when that negotiation leads to an agreement, in that rare case where there is an agreement, then the two districts can approve a resolution of transfer and take it to the state board. You may ask me, okay, professor, when it goes to the state board, even if the two parties agree, District X, District Y, is it always approved? And what would you guess the answer is? No. Even in the instance of a board and board dual agreement, let's say two locals, so two same type school districts, even if those districts agree, it is difficult to find, like I said, like a solar eclipse. It's hard to find a case where the State Board of Ed has approved a territory transfer. And when you look to the state board's minutes, if you can't sleep at night, you're having a really hard time, I'll give you the website, sboe.ohio.gov, and you can look at those minutes and it'll help you. The State Board of Ed is looking at things like, does the territory transfer agreement have an impact on the tax value of the district? Does it have an impact on the racial balance of the district? Those are the two big factors they cite the most often. The other thing they cite is, do the districts have different places on the school facility list? Do the districts have different places on the so-called equity list, the CUP list? And the state is really hesitant to approve a transfer when they see one district is trying, or a neighborhood is trying to change rank and jump up on the equity list or the facility list. So that's what we've seen in some of the state Board of Education decisions. The other second kind of transfer is when a neighborhood, a group of citizens, file a petition. And you may think, why is a petition only proper in an even year? And that's a fair question. There's nothing in the legislative history that indicates why that is the case. Our folks at the firm, we talked to some folks at the state, and we think it's because if the transfers always happen in an even year, an election year, then the new district lines, if they take place, are part of the next budget process. So, that if I had to decide what is the most logical reason why it's always in an even year, it's because of the state budget. Because that's when we, in the last 40 years, have looked at school funding and per pupil changes, and we're probably going to continue to do that. We know, right, that the governor and even the lieutenant governor have said they're likely to continue the state funding capitalization for the next 2 cycles. So that's why it's an even year. And that, you may ask me, well, isn't that March date, how hard is that March 15 deadline? And that's in Granite. That is in Granite. That is absolutely in Granite. And I think the reason for that is the public policy decision that the legislature made to require transfers to start in the spring and finish in the fall. So the state board has to decide by the fall of the even year whether or not they're going to approve the transfer. Next slide. So we have the petition. And again, if the petition is filed on or before the 15th, and the case law on that is, 4:58 p.m. is, if the district is open, the district's open, and that works. And you could file electronically. But in this case, it's a hard deadline on the 15th.
And when did we receive this one?
In this case, I think we received it on the 20th.
March 20th?
Yes, sir. So after the board gets the petition and assuming it's timely filed, then there's a procedure to verify the petitions, and it goes to the State Board of Ed before April 1st. The State Board of Ed hires an impartial hearing officer to conduct the hearing. The impartial hearing officer, just like they use impartial hearing officers for special ed, due process cases, and other cases, adjudicates the hearing, and they have to consider 24, 25 factors before they render a decision. No later than September 1st, the decision is made. Board Member Kirschner, please.
Yeah, why do you say if impacted school district has a hearing? Are there times that they do not grant a hearing at all?
They haven't granted a hearing where they found a deficiency in the petition process.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, improperly certified, doesn't have the requisite number of signatures.
Thank you.
Or, thank you for the question. The territory in the petition, and this has happened a couple times, doesn't match the territory on the map. That is more common than people might think. And then last bullet there, if the board doesn't, if it approves it, the territory gets transferred pretty quickly and the tax stuff starts changing. Next slide. All right, here's the eye chart. This gives you a sense of how many gates happen when you run this course. Starting again with the petition, then you go to the BOE where it's filed. Then the BOE does some due diligence. They pass it to the state board. The state board sets it for hearing. There have been, Mr. Kirshner's question a moment ago, there have been some cases where the State Board of Ed subcommittee on territory transfer says we see an anomaly of it, but the petitioner said that's not an anomaly, and they went to court and said that the board has to have it for a hearing because it's not a policy decision. If the petition is legally sufficient, then the hearing should and must occur. So the board will send it for a hearing. The hearing officer issues their decision, and then after that, it goes to the two districts, and the districts have a very short number of days, literally 10 days, to make an objection to the referee's report or not, and then it goes to the state board for a final decision. And as I say, you'll see the territory transfers on the State Board of Ed website, and you'll see, even though the hearing officer has had their decision and the board is ready to approve it, there are oftentimes folks who will come to that state board hearing and try to raise 11th hour objections. Sir.
Sorry to keep.
No problem.
So I got confused by what you just said. The imperfection or whatever you referred to it as, that does not include the filing date, correct?
No, sir.
Right. And then,
In other words, the first threshold is the filing date.
right.
And then once you meet the filing date, then it goes through the gate of validation of signature, territory, correct tax due.
So what does this flow look like if the two BOEs, if you will, are in agreement from the start? So in other words, is there a way that, just suppose that Groveport and OBETS were in total harmony and they wanted to do this together, does that change this flow?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Kirchner. Essentially, it's 4 slides instead of 6 slides.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's not a whole lot different. The reason that there isn't a great deal of difference is you have the same legal rubric that you have to consider. There are approximately 24, 25 factors. We pulled down a couple of them that are particularly relevant. Previous territory transfer agreements or non-transfer agreements. Let's say that in this case, Groveport had entered into a non-transfer agreement with a large school district to our west and north, in this case, Columbus. And we did that to preserve our territory when we were seeing Columbus annex acre after acre after acre. So the likelihood of a transfer would be looked at disfavorably in this case because of the non-transfer with Columbus. So there would need to be a very compelling reason why that the OBETS would be different than Columbus. Now, as for the 25 factors, the courts have said, notwithstanding all the factors and how they weigh, and they've said it's not a balancing, it's not a math quiz, you know, it's not like if you have 13 factors and there are only 12 against, then the transfer goes. They said the factors must be considered in the totality of the circumstances, with the primary consideration being, is the new territory transfer the new school district best for the school districts in that territory that's considering transfer. And that's been where there's been a lot of litigation because courts have said, well, what about the losing school district? What about the gaining school district? Is this going to add 30 kids and fill classes beyond capacity? Is it going to subtract so many students that you'd have to reconfigure enrollments? And the courts have been very consistent and said those factors are relevant but not persuasive. The persuasive factor is what's the impact on those students in that territory for transfer. So that's where the petitioners really focused their argument. So, for example, there was a case where the school district in Cleveland. This is one of the Supreme Court cases I'm gonna leave with you this evening, where Supreme Court said the school district on the northeast side of 480. I don't know how much you know about Cleveland. The northeast side of 480 was running about an hour long to get to the southwest part of the school district across several major freeways. And there were a number of special education students in the southwest corner who were riding long bus rides and whose nearest school was not where the special ed unit was held. So the special ed unit was way up by the car dealers off Transportation Boulevard, roughly. So where you get into some of those jigsaw, that transfer went all the way up to the Supreme Court. But even then, they said the hearing officers' concern over the tax grab, because the new district would be bringing in a very wealthy, very affluent township, was a concern. And the litigation was over, well, wait a minute, House Bill 66, the budget bill, plussed up the school district by $30 million, and they had a cash carryover of over 30%. Pretty high. But the hearing officer said the fact is there is a potential for loss of revenue by pulling those students away, and because of that, the territory transfer was disapproved. Again, there are a lot of factors that they consider, but it's still the good of the pupils. And the Cincinnati case is, if you're looking for a case where it was close, the Cincinnati cases are really what that is. So east side of Cincinnati, Anderson Township, annexed into Cincinnati, annexed into the different cities on the east side of Hamilton County. And you see, at first, it was a neighborhood of about 30 houses. And the court said the state board was correct to disapprove it because in that case, you would be taking a wealthy neighborhood away from Cincinnati City, and you would be changing the racial balance of the school district. Bless you. But then the other district appealed and said, and the parents said, well, if the school district has 30,000 students, what's the impact on 40 students? And that went all the way up, and they said, because the balance racially is such a critical factor, we find that is one of the key factors in the equity of a transfer. And because Cincinnati was under coming out of racial integration with transportation and other things, they said it would just create a pattern that could lead to greater racial imbalance. And again, not on the number per se, but on the potential for more transfers. So you can just see that if there's a large financial impact or a change to the racial makeup of the school district, it's going to be hard to get the state board to approve it. So that neighborhood went back a couple times. 20 houses, 6 houses, and it was never approved, even though the lawyer made the argument. We're talking about 6 houses on literally the last street of this township, this neighborhood that's next to, and they said no. We stick by our jurisprudence. So, like again, solar eclipse. If the board makes a decision, then that decision is an appealable order. It goes to the Franklin County Court of Common Pleas. So if you want to go to law school and you think this is an interesting topic, that 10th floor public library is where you'll go, because all those cases ultimately have been adjudicated here in Columbus at the 10th District Court of Appeals. And that court has been pretty conservative in upholding most of the state board decisions that are made. The Ohio Supreme Court, in a very recent decision, said that the key factor was the pupil's best interests, but the deciding factor was the financial aspect. Because school funding is fluid, again, the words of Justice Stratton, and because there are so many factors in the school district's financial makeup, the court said the potential for revenue loss was the key overriding factor, and that disapproved the transfer. So if the boards were to your question earlier, Mr. Kirk, if the boards were to agree, there would need to be a finding that the financial impact was not negative to the losing district. That's one of the key takeaways from the case law. And this is the court case that I talked about with the small neighborhood trying to transfer, and that was Spitznagel is the case where it was long territory, long bus ride, but they said it's about the revenue loss. Most transfers are disapproved, and there were transfers approved in the 80s and 90s, and a couple 10 years ago, 15 years ago, but the number of approvals has gone down. When you read the cases, you can see that the judges are really concerned about stepping in and substituting their judgment for the state board and the state board hearing officer. And the hearing officer is often looking at, is there going to be a change to the school district's funding? Will it change the district's position on the school facilities list? Stuff like that. That's why it's so difficult to appeal. And the appeal standard, you can see the majority opinions in the Supreme Court cases. They say, if this was something we were deciding of our own as a matter of first impression, we might have found differently for the transfer. But because the evidence supports, there's enough evidence to support the decision of the state board, we're not going to substitute our judgment. It's a long checklist of factors. Ms. Gray.
Yes, is there a percentage of revenue or percentage change of the racial? Is there like a guidelines that they use that says, okay, at 5% it's this, or at 10%, or?
I was going to ask the same question. Also, is it public, or is that something they keep at the state board that they use? Is that something that's available to the public when considering territory transfers?
So, to the first question, it's absolutely public. All of the information that is filed with the State Board of Ed is public. The decisions are public. The discussion, the briefs are all public. And that's been, to Ms. Gray's question, that's been the difficulty in trying to figure out if you have a good case or not, or if you should be worried or not if a transfer is filed, because there hasn't been any hard and fast rule. The first cases said, well, 30% change to the racial makeup of Cleveland. You know, if you take a suburb that's mostly white students from the east side of Cleveland, and you pull it out, say Cleveland Heights, that's going to change the racial makeup significantly. So you have the lawyers in the suburban Cincinnati cases saying, hey, we've got a couple roads, a couple neighborhoods, we've got a couple streets. But you can just see that where there is a change, you almost sense a disinterest in really getting to the other factors because of the change in racial makeup. So if it was a neighborhood that was diverse, if it was an over the Rhine neighborhood that's already about 50-50, a very diverse neighborhood, and they wanted to go with another school district just north of downtown Cincinnati, that might, under this law, be an easier climb to make, no pun intended.
When I was on the board before, we had two of these. One was a request to split Groveport from the south from the north, which was obscene from every aspect that you talked about.
Yeah, and they're right. They're not
money. We didn't have the buildings. But the other one was where we voted not to offer an abatement to probably a warehouse or manufacturing.
That would be another predicate.
Obetz turned that switch in a hurry. But I did see in like 1920 that there were like 6 approvals, and so I don't know if that's Eclipse like, but with all the with
Yes.
all the requests they get. But do you have
Did you mean 2020?
yeah? Do you
Okay.
do you have an idea of what is that a typical year? Like
No,
5 or
very, very atypical.
okay, all right.
So
And then
you said 19,
atypical.
you said
Is it
19.
1920 or
Ah,
2020?
sorry. One
Okay, okay.
9920.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
If there were, and that's why I wanted to initiate this discussion.
That doesn't make any sense either.
I'm still confused.
2019, 2000.
So there,
I'll get there eventually.
yeah, I got it. If the board is interested in us providing kind of the last 5 or 6 years of territory transfers at the state board, yay and nay, we've already done that research. That's something we'd be happy to share. I suspect if there were transfers approved, they were very small parcels, and they weren't in parcels of land along major thoroughfares that were subject to economic development.
Did you see in your research where facility closures, school closures had any impact?
A remarkably lack of impact. Those are factors that council often brought up on both sides. The closure, the lack of programming, the impact on special education students for a transfer, the impact on the neighborhood walkability. And those are cases where you can just see there's almost a sense of these courts in the last 5 or 6 years saying, and you read it in their opinions, there's so much change in school funding and in facility funding, you can just sense there's a real hesitancy to do anything more than a small partial transfer.
And you also mentioned something about OFCC. So as far as facilities, if we're a district, either district was a district that would be eligible for state shares for. Okay, there you go. All right.
Yeah.
I'll stand down. Thank you.
And board president Daldo Berger is taking me to the end of my slides because hint, hint, she says, because they have said we have to consider the ultimate best interest of the pupils, but within the funding that exists. And where they deny a transfer, if you're looking for what's the silver bullet of where a transfer is not going to be approved, it's where there is a perception by the state board of a quote unquote tax grab. So, and that was really the case in Middletown, where Middletown had seen their territory school district, Middletown, annexed over time by the city from the township to the city, but had sat on it and not tried to annex anything and could have served those students for 30 years. But as soon as there was a major corporate development in place and then the tax duplicate changed, then Middletown said, oh goodness.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not editorializing. That's what the court said in their decision. They said the timing of Middletown's interest in the transfer was clearly a tax grab.
As old as this is, my guess is we had Edwards Elementary at one point. My guess is that well, not my guess. I know at that time, that whole development Bridlewood and all that didn't even exist.
Wow.
So I do not think that the line was ever logical or thought through. If we knew, we probably would have made it Allen Creek Drive, right? So from that aspect, I mean, we don't have any other community like this. It would be like taking a section of Blacklick Estates or the edge of Groveport, et cetera, and just, oh, by the way, you're over here. This is very unusual.
I'll give you a good example to show I understand what you're saying. There is a parcel, a street. So Upper Arlington, large school district, Route 33, Fifth Avenue, North Star, Henderson Road. Upper Arlington had a sliver on the west side of 33 next to Hilliard.
Right.
And nobody could figure out why. And it created some transportation anomalies and some other anomalies. But it's just not easy. And that was a discussion between Southwestern and Upper Arlington. And I think one of the discussions there was, is it better to go to Southwestern because of the territorial boundary argument, kids walking across Route 33, but then the bus ride and the difference between that, going to Franklin Heights or Central Crossing was just really substantial. So it stayed there.
I have a few questions as far as if
Sure.
we're done here. Then you talk about the funding impact and how we look at that. If Mr. Treasurer, do you happen to have any numbers like if this was filed timely, those things, what would that have looked like for us as a school district? Since we're speaking of the, and then I don't know if we've also went as far as not having this information to understand the differences between the two districts and the being on the list with OFCC for facilities.
Yeah, when this came up, we looked at the number of kids. It differs. It's around 104, estimate 104 to 110. We get about $6,500 for every kid. So if you do that math right there, you're talking close to 105 kids, close to $700,000 per year. It's a lot of money. And then also each house, there's a lot of homes in there. It's only 8 or 9 streets, but there's a lot of homes. Property taxes, I randomly did 75 to 125 homes. They range from $800 to $1,800 per year that Groveport schools get.
Mm.
So if you do the estimate of $1,200, 300 homes, it's another 360,000. So you're over $1 million in revenue that Groveport schools will lose. And the only cost, because I got in there, I said, okay, let's look at the list of who the kids are, what classes. It's 100 kids, and there's 9 or 10 kids. There's 8. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. There's 8 or 9 kids first grade Glendenning. So I'm thinking, what about teachers? Can we go down and teacher? We just can't. First grade, 8 kids, Glendenning. 1 kid goes to Groveport. Second grade, there's 6 or 7 kids, and that's just how it is because there's only 104 kids, and it's split among 13 grades. You know what I mean? So there's just not enough. We can save money on a teacher. You can't. And the busing, we bus right near there right now. So we calculated transportation and be over $100,000 in busing. So the net impact, you're close to $1 million that we lose per year.
So you're saying of the 6,500 is our revenue per student, and that comes to
State foundation. It's almost 7,000.
And you're saying that our cost on the 6,500 is 100,000. I mean, we don't just clear the 6,500.
Well, the 6,500 of revenue coming in, we pay teacher salaries for that and stuff. But what I'm saying is we couldn't reduce a teacher.
No, I'm losing you because I believe that guy and his company, they take a chunk of that 6,500.
No, what I did is I took what we got last year from the state, our June 21st state foundation. We got 39,685,000.
Okay.
Divided by 6,116 kids, because that's what state foundation.
So the 6,500 is our net.
Is our net.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's our net. So that's after all that.
Gotcha.
So that's net. And then when you include the homes, like I said, I didn't do all the homes. I just did the assortment of them. So, but the net, it's almost right around $1 million would be the net loss to Groveport schools if we let these.
I have a follow up to your question.
Yeah, I was
Madam
going to
President.
apologize 'cause I didn't even know you're done, but I just wanted to ask it. So I apologize for interrupting your presentation to ask Mr. Treasurer that, sir.
And I didn't look at the commercial property. I was just doing the homes. I was just clicking on. You can go along the website and click on a home, see how much Groveport schools get, and it was anywhere from 500, 800, but then it was 1,800 a lot of the homes, or 1,500. So I just estimated like $1,200 per home.
Do you know the impact on? I know you did. You said you didn't look at the commercial side, but do you know?
I didn't look at the commercial
Okay.
side.
All right.
Sorry, but there is commercial property there too.
So one question might be, well, what if there are X number of students in the area for potential transfer, and those students happen to be open enrolled out? They are not attending for whatever reason. So the argument has been, well, if the school district is not receiving the per pupil anyway, why not? And the courts, the state board has said that is a number that is significant because the potential revenue is X. So if you're looking for, back to Ms. Gray's question, if you're looking, what's the magic number of students? I think the lower you get below, down to 1 classroom, that's where I could feel pretty confident that if it's 1 classroom and it's a small group and it doesn't change the racial impact, then that might fall within the very narrow pathway of transfer. But where you're talking about more than a classroom, more than a couple dozen kids, it's going to be difficult to sustain because the courts have said the potential revenue loss and the potential change in student makeup is an issue.
I had one more question that add to that. So even though, and was there any case law doing your research that showed with the scenarios you just mentioned where people farmed out, they went to open enrollment to other districts, did vouchers, went to a charter or something like that. Was there any case law that still supported it, or is it still based on the potential because at some point they could move, which then still could impact that?
Right,
So
right.
it's based off the potential, not the current. Like
That's
the
what the Spitznagel case,
got
the
it. Okay.
latest Supreme Court case held,
Okay.
was just even though the students were going elsewhere and were going to Catholic school or going to charter schools, it was still the potential.
So they look at potential, not actual.
Correct.
Okay.
And that was the other thing that the petitioning village appealed. They said, well, we will appeal the potential education impact on the small number of students because no one's going. There were like 4 kids that were still going. And they said, well, what about the revenue loss if the state just plussed up? This was back about 18 years ago when they redid tangible personal property and created a surge of funding for districts that lost TPP. So this school district got a ton, 100 million of money over a period of years. But they said, yeah, the district is in a really high position financially, but the potential revenue loss over time could be significant. And that was litigated, and the hearing officer said that on balance, the potential for revenue loss was so significant because it was an entire village. They said it was disapproved.
And so there's no definition for significance.
No, ma'am.
And so this is outside of
And I've looked.
this is probably outside of the scope of this and your research, but
Sure.
open enrollment is is Hamilton if they open enroll, can they open enroll just to that little area, or is it open enrollment has to be open?
You know, that's a fair question that I'd like to look at. What is their open enrollment policy and how does it impact?
I don't know how open enrollment works. If you open it up, you open it to everyone, right?
Oh yeah, you can't. You're either yes on open enrollment or no,
That's what I was saying.
but subject to capacity.
You do it by grade.
Yeah.
Somebody else, I'm sure, can answer that more.
Yep, question.
And you can do tuition students are always an option. A lot of the so some of these, so I'll wrap there. Some cases did get resolved because the school district started accepting tuition students from that adjacent area. But some school districts don't accept any tuition students at all, and that's within their province under the current legal framework.
Good stuff.
Do you think there's going to be a change in how the state Board of Education rules on these since we've had the change in the structure of the State Board of Education?
That is the question that I did think I would be asked. Board Member Walsh asked the right question. What is the likelihood that given the changes in the makeup of the State Board of Education with more appointed members and the changes in the scope of the State Board of Education to focus on licensure and institutional strategic level responsibilities. And that was certainly what some folks in the legislative process were looking at earlier in the year when the change was under consideration. But it's interesting that in response to your question, it might not change a whole lot because the decision was ultimately made to keep, and this was in the governor's budget, to keep territory transfers within the state board. And if I will say this, I've learned that if something is in the governor's budget initially, that suggests and usually means that there's been deliberation at a policy level and it's likely to be intentional. So you would have to have legislative action changing the factors and clarifying some of those significant determinations that the courts have made. Because to Ms. Gray's point, the courts are really trying to glean intent on what is a significant number of pupils for enrollment and what is a tax grab, and it's just there's no hard and fast number, just 25 factors to balance. Sir.
I'll just say, at one point I owned property on Bridlewood. Going through school, I had friends in that exact neighborhood, and and I agree with what's being presented that neighborhood is serviced by different police, different fire. It's a different community, and I also strongly believe that the students would benefit from being able to go to Hamilton in their current state versus us in our current state. So in theory, they missed the date, so it doesn't really make any difference, but I certainly.
But to your point, there wouldn't be anything wrong with engaging, and this would be at a neighborhood level or any elected level, with the State Board of Education member for this district, because ultimately that's one of the few remaining things that they're going to have a chance to consider. And I know the state board members, when you do look at their notes and look at their hearings, they ask a lot of questions. They read everything in front of them. So uh, making your case to the state board is important and relevant. But with that, pending further questions or some interest in additional research, and again, I've got the cases. I will provide you with hard copies of the cases for you to read at your leisure. It's difficult to see something go under this current legal framework, but not impossible.
Well, this is excellent, well put together, well presented.
Thank you.
Very much.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Collier.
Thank you.
I mean, Mr. Miller, always get you guys.
How many
to do it
Adams are there
every
sitting on
single
this side of the
time.
room?
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
So we are now on item number 2, which is accessibility of board meetings for the hearing impaired. I did ask student advisory. Oh, I skipped again. The only update we had on that, I remember, is that final forms for parents and students. The forms are in final forms to apply. Is that correct?
It is, and up until earlier this day, they were downloadable. As of a text I just got at 7:42 p.m. from our student services director, Final Forms built the advisory applications in the system, and they are now live for us. So they are fillable as of right now.
And they can submit online.
Yes,
All right, thank you.
for student and parent advisory.
Awesome. There's an action item 2. It is recommended that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Student Advisory Committee meeting minutes as attached.
So moved.
Second.
All right.
I'm sorry, can you reread that? I hate to trouble you, but I could not hear you.
Okay. It's on the item 2F. So I'm reading. It is recommended that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Student Advisory Committee meeting minutes as attached.
Thank you.
And I have Ms. Gray as first, Mr. Bauer as second.
So, just my input here is that the committee itself should be approving its own minutes. This board was not at the committee. I believe a normal course of action, the committee itself would at its following committee meeting approve the minutes. So, we are attempting to approve minutes of an advisory committee that the majority of the board were probably not at. So I don't think that's functionally correct. I believe they are to approve their own minutes.
Well, I will follow back up with legal counsel. This has been the practice in which we have done our Board of Education committee minutes, but I want to be consistent with that. But I will take your concern back, Mr. Kirshner, to legal counsel to ensure that there's no questions with of us not being in compliance.
Right.
If there's no additional comments, if we could have roll call, please.
Mrs. Dadelberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirshner,
Abstain.
and Ms. Walsh.
Abstain.
All right, motion passes. On to the Educational Trust. I'll start. Thank you to all of our amazing staff and partners who came out to support our inaugural golf outing that happened on June 14th at the links of Groveport. So not only did we have an event, we also had it in the community in which we reside. And definitely want to give a huge kudos to Mr. Collier for all his hard work. He was like our lead and just kind of, we started it and then he just kind of took over and did all of the things. I don't want you to think your hard work did not go unnoticed. And as we mentioned in our proposal, we had those 3 goals of 1, ending lunch debt, 2, to provide additional support to those extracurriculars in Groveport Madison local schools that may not have the support from boosters. So we do have some sports, some clubs, and some programs such as theater that may not have the additional finances needed to support that. And that's what this money was raised fundraise for. And then lastly, for explorational opportunities where it's either Columbus Classics, college tours. So we're not pulling from our general fund. We're finding ways to get input, support, and dollars where we're not asking Adam to write a check. So I just wanted to say that, and I'll yield to Mr. Collier and Mr. Group for further discussion.
I think it went fantastic. I mean, everybody had a great time. The weather held off. We had an air show for free, which was nice. It slowed it down a little bit, but everybody enjoyed the air show. But yeah, we raised, and you can still donate if you want to, but we're right around $12,000 in profit. So that went against the food debt of this year, which was, I think it was like 180,000. So that brought it down to like 168. So, which to $12,000 that's a nice chunk of change for a one-day event. It really is. So it was a great day. Everybody had a great time. So yeah, thank you for all the volunteers that came out and everybody that worked hard.
Yeah.
In putting it together.
Just real quick, I want to echo what Latoya said. Just thank you so much for all of the staff that were involved in this process. And Adam, thank you for your work in organizing this as well.
In addition to the donations that were given directly to the golf outing, I think this has spun off some conversations with other groups and some other leads that there are corporations and groups out there who might be interested in giving. And I think just the exposure from the golf outing and the Ed Foundation or the Ed Trust, we're trying to do so. We're hopeful that there's going to be maybe even some additional financial donations coming.
I'll just like to mention, just so that the public is aware, the biggest thing with the school district is not like we make things or offer a service per se that people can purchase. So we can't just go make more money. So we have to find creative ways. And this is one of those ways that we found to bring in the community and try to give back and take care of something that will not take from our general fund. And then now we're done with Ed Trust. And I wanted to thank my colleagues, Ms. Gray and Mr. Bauer, for being present as well and helping and serving and speaking with our folks that donated. We had the National Guard. I want to shout out them. They came, had their force, and we had a lot of great people in the community come in and give back and really love on our school. So people do love our school. They see the work that we're doing daily, trying to make the difference and being the change we wish to see. If we can go on to the next item, we've moved our board items up. So the next thing would be number 4 now, accessibility of board meetings for the hearing impaired. And this was a request of a board member. We did ask, and just so we're clear, all board items for board meetings, I do canvass the board if board members start asking to add things. So all board members were asked if they wanted to add additional items as well, just for transparency. So I'll yield to Ms. Walsh, as this was one of her items that she asked to have to be added. And did you have any presentation materials or anything? I know
No, I don't have a presentation. It's just discussion. So the accessibility of the board meetings is important. Of course, everybody knows that for me. And I would just like to say again that these captions are not adequate. They don't follow industry standard. If we went back to the way we did meetings in 2020, then they would be adequate because they would identify the speaker. And I'm not sure why the board is opposed to doing that. But I would ask again that we do that. Go back to using Google Meets during the board meeting so that the captions identify the speaker. It'll be better for people while they watch them. I get a lot of calls. I can't hear anything. I can't understand what's being said. These captions, they don't have the right words. They're, they're not accurate. So I just wanted to bring that up again and say, you're facilitating these meetings, and I think going back where everybody has the Google Meets, you could all have it on there and then it would say which speaker is speaking. But right now, we don't do that.
I will add, I have had constituents joke with me in frustration that they're having to put preamps on their mic, on their laptop or their desktop, or they're literally holding their desktop to their ear with the max volume to try to hear what's going on in here. And if we separate the audio system from what's being broadcast through the cheap speakers and broadcast it directly online, we won't have any issues with game before feedback, and that we're not using a quality IP camera, but that we look like little postage stamp heads from 100 miles away on a laptop does not rise to the level of the district our size. So I think we really owe the public just better outcomes where it comes to viewing our meetings online. Also, this packet, I apologize, but I got locked out of my computer. We got that fixed, but
We're
we
not on that yet.
the packet that I got, again, as of same as last time, there's printer errors, and so you can't see a whole lot of stuff on here. So when it comes to communication, when I was on the board before, getting these packets delivered by Marge Beaver, whoever, when our previous board members were here that didn't use computers, it was never a big deal to get them on time, have them complete, have them full. I know there's last minute things, but I think, again, when it comes to communication, if we have 2 board meetings a month instead of 1, instead of having to rush something in, we could simply have a complete board packet. And I would ask, as far as communication goes, that somebody view these and make sure that the stuff being sent out is clear and legible.
I was just going to ask for some clarification. So back in 2020, you guys used Google Meets. Is that what you're asking us to go back to?
That's correct. You remember that was COVID, so everybody was using Google, and I was not in the boardroom. I attended one board meeting in the boardroom and could not hear. Everybody had masks on, so I read lips a lot of times, and that was not able. And they just kept moving my chair closer to a speaker. It just wasn't working out. So at that point, since we were allowed to stay at home and do meetings, that's what I chose to do so that I would have better communications. And then the board had microphone. They weren't push button. I think they had them on their computer, on the headset. They were the big headsets. We don't need to wear big headsets. I'm doing Google Meets right now. I'm not wearing a big headset. You need a push button. We use the push button mics here. We could have voice activated mics. I don't know. This is our person who knows all about sound and stuff, but I do know that other board meetings with other districts that I've watched, I can't say which ones off the top of my head, but they use Google Meets. Everybody does, and then you have better um, captioning, or that we come up with something else another way, because this is just not working. It's not following industry standard, and it's just one big put together. You guys watch it, you know it's not. It's in the word. It's not even accurate. So that's the Google Meets tells you who the speaker is. It's much more accurate. That's what we did in 2020. Seth, to answer your question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Somm, are we able to live stream with Google Meets? Is that even a possibility? I'm not sure because I don't know.
No, it's not.
That's old-fashioned muting. Unplugging.
Sorry about that. We only have one mic jack in the whole room, so to accommodate Mr. Miller, I had that other mic. No, we cannot stream directly from Google Meets to YouTube. The way we have it set up now is there's an audio-visual rack behind this wall that has one output and preamp to capture all of the mics in this room and send them into the Meet, and then we capture that Meet and stream it to YouTube with streaming software. So the reason that we can't have each mic indicate who is speaking is because they all come through one input. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we'll always say Groveport Madison Board of Education,
Right.
even other than me announcing, "Hi, this is Latoya Daldor speaking," and then make my comment so the public can understand
Yeah,
who's
short of
speaking.
that, I mean, even if each in this situation, the only way to get your name attached to your words is you're on the Google Meet separately, and it's being captured through the Google Meet.
And we would
Even if
then
we
need
had each mic designated, how do you designate that mic 1 through 8? Do you assign, the name for each person every time someone comes through a board meeting?
Right.
There is a way to have multiple inputs come out, but when we looked at it previously, it was cost prohibitive, significantly cost prohibitive.
Right. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I do think that the um, closed captioning would be less problematic with better sound quality and
Mhm.
probably a streaming device, like I said, with a professional camera, these being separated off of the house system. Uh, and that's what Canal Winchester does. If you look at their
Mhm.
city council meetings, they're very clear, very easy to understand, even for a hard of hearing guy. So I think we can do better, and I agree with what you're saying about Google Meets. We'd all have to be on our own computers, and that would be a hot mess as far as YouTube is concerned. So.
I had some comments in regards to disability and accessibility in general. Unless you had more questions for Mr. Song.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just so that if we could recap on where we've been on this journey, during our February 8th, 2023 meeting, a member of the community shared concerns about not being able to hear. And then on that following March meeting, our board read the following statement. Actually, it was me. Um, so it states, in addition to our defined public participation requirements, because they were stating it was hard to hear things on YouTube, we want to clear that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education takes very seriously our responsibility to accommodate those with disabilities attending or viewing our meetings. In the past, we have worked with legal counsel and the Ohio School Board Association to ensure we're providing reasonable accommodations for our board members, employees, and constituents. And if you're not familiar with reasonable accommodations, that is where, for an employee specifically, they would work with our diversity and engagement and human capital director, who's sitting here, to request for reasonable accommodations. And during the public participation portion of our February 8th meeting, a member of the public shared their concerns about the board providing insufficient accommodations to those with hearing impairments. So we definitely value that input, and we wanted to make it known that before them addressing the board, we had taken the additional steps to engage the Ohio Disability Rights Commission, the Franklin County Board of Developmental Disabilities, to get their input on any other accommodations we should consider. And I'll just be honest, it's been a year worth of me tracking these people down. I will start to say, even starting with Ohio Disabilities Rights Commission, I did have an initial conversation with their chief executive officer, and basically, they do not necessarily help organizations be proactive; they're reactive. So they would talk to us if we had a claim filed against us. So, and that was in February of 2023. And then we met with them and consulted. There were some follow up emails were sent to both orgs. Then in April, we were working on trying to do some ADA Title I and Title II training and trying to get legal counsels together, but their new legal counsel was coming in, and then we did not get that scheduled. However, this year I followed back up again, like there has to be something, like this cannot be the end all be all. And it led us to a new referral to a new statewide organization sanctioned by Governor DeWine's office. And I have a handout. It just turned a year old. So if you're not familiar, take out your pens and papers. You may want to make a note. It's Opportunities for Ohioans with Disabilities. And this particular organization is about working and being proactive and how we can look at making things accessible for all people, whether it's in a virtual setting or in the facilities setting. So I met with the region manager and began a conversation with their rep. Shared kind of the needs and the concerns that have come up a couple times during public participation and even by board meetings, by our board members, excuse me. And I do have a handout just so everyone has an idea of what Accessible Ohio is, just so you have that for your records. And I wasn't too sure if you knew about this or not, Kathy, but I was shocked when I found out about it and finally felt like I got someone. Um, but they really work with, they have a toolkit. And they're actually working with us. I asked very specifically for a disability audit, if that even exists, or maybe even a risk assessment to see how we can do things better. Both previous legal counsel and current legal counsel have confirmed that we do meet the state requirements, being 508, etc. But of course, we can always do better and find better ways to engage those that may have a disability, whether they're an employee or a constituent in our community. With that, I asked about the audit. I also asked if there was grant dollars, because if this is a new organization sanctioned by our governor's office, there is a possibility that there could be grant funding that, our Mr. Trace and Mr. Ty can work with to try to get the additional things needed and additional with Mr. Sama, such as equipment, as Mr. Kirshner is requesting. We could probably find ways to get that. So they're looking into that. They serve as that person to provide resources. So I recommend you guys can get on there and look at that. But I do have follow up and was going to also include this with our diversity and engagement council that we have, as this being a pillar of that. And again, that committee is open to the public. All board members can be a part if you choose to. I've come several times and have assisted and volunteered, and I believe other board members have. But I want to encourage, lastly, any board member or employee, since we're treated as an employee, if there is a need for reasonable accommodations, please submit, work with Mr. Trace to get that submitted so we can actually work that claim specifically. But in the interim, we are doing these things to go above and beyond just being compliant with state guidelines. So far, I did check with legal counsel. We do not have any pending disability complaints or claims. So I just wanted to share that. So I know that's been a topic of discussion, that we're not friendly or we're not fair or we're not nice to each other. And that's definitely not the case. Jamie and Paul can attest to all my crazy emails, the many read receipts where I've included our legal counsel. So if there was a question, their legal counsel could get with our legal counsel if they were able to assist us. But I'm happy that Mr. DeWine and his team found it important to have something that was proactive versus the other organizations in our state and county that are reactive.
Thank you. That's awesome. That's great. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Just point of clarification. So there's very simple things like a ground loop can be put in this room, which would take the audio and directly put it in anyone who's had hearing aids into their hearing aids directly. It's very cost effective. There's also hearing listening devices that can just be infrared or wireless and just be handed out to people in the audience that are hearing disabled. I'd be happy to help.
Can you please pass that list out to the board? Can you send those items? Because I don't think we've ever gotten a list. We've heard that there's been concerns, but not solutions provided to address the concerns. And I think that is kind of where we are as a board. We hear, but we're not in that situation. And it's not that we're insensitive in any way. I think all of us have someone in our family at some point that's had a disability, currently has a disability. But if you are in that situation and you know those things, please be open and share that versus stating only, hey, this is a problem. Work with our superintendent, our treasurer, and the appropriate parties on our team so we can be more accessible to all people. So I think that's the goal. So if you do have suggestions, I'm doing my due diligence. No, I'm not a person with a hearing impairment all the time. My ear does go out often, actually, believe it or not. Like just now, I can hear in one side, but we keep moving. But I don't know what I need. So if you know that, I would just ask that the board would be willing to be more open and share that so we can have solutions to the problems that are being brought up at every board meeting. We want to be solution driven with the problems that are being discussed.
Yeah, I would say a loop would be a blessing. I've asked about it, but we don't have one. But I have uh, my hearing professional says they help tremendously. I even have one at home for my TV. It's not a loop, but it's similar. It goes directly into my hearing aid. So that would be great. I appreciate the work. If you could kind of keep me in the loop and send me these kind of documents when you get them, that would be greatly appreciated. And another thing that helps is that was a lot of information. and maybe slow the pace down just a hair would be really helpful too. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
No problem. Well, I'm happy we've got some movement in solutions to our disability discussion tonight. On to cell phones.
Okay, so I'm under the understanding that there is a lot of communication that gets text or cell phones or, and also that I think I brought this up, but maybe before Seth was here, definitely before John was here, that you're it's better to have a cell phone that is owned by the district, not by you personally, and that you use that for business, for board business. So I don't have I don't do texts on my phone because it's a business phone, and I don't want to have anybody have access to it. Where if you do text it with board business, and then you can have other people have access to it because it's all public record at that point. So I'm again asking that we have board provided cell phones. It is an expense of board members obviously have to incur, and either we can go get our own and expense it as an expense or have the district provide them.
So when you say expense it, you mean that the board of education would pay for it? So the tax dollars would pay for our cell phones?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And that's on the advice of my attorney.
And are you saying that you want us to carry an extra phone? So like for me, I have one for work, I have one my personal, and then you're wanting me to carry a third phone?
I'm in the
I'm
same
not
boat
real
as
happy
Miss
about
Gray.
that.
Well, you can do whatever. I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm talking about for myself personally and any other board member who may agree with that. I don't, no. I just know there's text messaging going on and I'm not in that loop, and I think I should be.
The only text messaging that does happen is if there's a notification of something that goes out, and with your recommit request, we call you or send you an email. Outside of that, if there is conversation, it's other. Are you available for conversation? I don't know what you believe is happening as far as text messages amongst, but you are in the loop in email communication. So if there has been any conversation, it has been provided via email to you as well.
Right.
So, and I do, Kathy. If there's something that happens, I call you to make sure you're in the loop. Hey, make sure you check your email. There's information that is went out.
Yeah, I can't get email out on the fields. I just can't do it. I don't have email out there, so.
Maybe it might be wise to get some counsel on this, and that I understand what Kathy's saying. I carry one cell phone. I like it. I don't want another one at all. One is too much. But at the same time, I couldn't possibly afford to have my work e-phone, work taken from me because somebody doesn't believe that I didn't provide something, etc. And if that's my primary form of communication to the district, or one of my forms of communication to the district, I believe there is some liability there. Also retention. I mean, my voicemail fills up all the time, so I couldn't possibly uh, maintain proper record retention. Would be a possible problem that I would have. So I think maybe we need some advice on what's the safest, best way to do this without to be compliant, to not risk anybody losing their cell phone to some type of court action, but also not to incur unnecessary costs or duplicate phones if not necessary. I think it would be good to get some advice on this so we understand.
Yeah, I'll definitely ask legal counsel to see if there is, since you're stating that very specifically, that court action would then render to take a cell phone. So I'll get with our legal counsel, and also check with OSBA, our consultants, our association, and we can, if you want a presentation on that as well. But my comment is with the district. I know for me personally, I've tried to give as much back as I can to the district, even with my own salary by making a scholarship program for our district, and I would not want to add an additional cost when we need school buildings and we need, Groveport Elementary is 100 years old. That is to me more of a primary, and making sure that compensation is equitable across all ranks. That is the priority for me. But I do understand what you're stating, and I will work to get a presentation. I don't know if you all want a presentation, or would a email be sufficient?
I would say an email.
I will get an email then.
I mean, that's just my
And
opinion.
if you have additional questions, you can reach out to legal counsel. And when you mentioned legal counsel, Kathy, is that your personal legal counsel, or was that board legal counsel that you were
Personal.
referencing? Personal. Okay. All right. On to board meeting materials.
So I think John kind of covered that sort of
I
already.
hijacked that one. Sorry, I jumped out of order.
He jumped out of order there a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah, these they need to be legible. That's the big thing, and timely. So we have two presentations today that were given to us that I received um, that were illegible, and that's happened repeatedly now. Uh, so I would hope that that would not continue. Um, and we need to have these materials 48 hours before a meeting so that we can properly prepare for the meeting.
And I would like to ask our board members, when we have discussion items, if we could have information in context 48 hours as well, so we all can prepare for board meetings. So if we're adding things, we can both do the same. I definitely understand what you're saying, Kathy, about having 48 hours notice. We did provide what we had when we could. I know that our legal counsel, when they provided us with the presentation, board docs online was updated live. So I know that your hard copy is printed and delivered to you and John as requested, but the information is also available on board docs um, timely.
So I appreciate that, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but um, the the board doc thing's not working out very well for me. And also, I would say yes, I got these. I appreciate it. I mean, I'm it's a requirement that I receive them, and I do appreciate receiving them. Um, but I'd also say one of the things I got was delivered by itself. Then I think it was yesterday.
And that would have been
Um,
the presentation because,
right, and
yeah,
I appreciate the effort there, but I'm concerned about the cost of delivering that when it wasn't even legible. So you took one document, brought it to the home, hand delivered it, or put it in mailbox, and it was an illegible document. So what was the point of delivering it? To
I don't
me,
know how it's.
that's just you know.
Well, I would like to add, I think that's a good point that you meant as far as cost. I personally, since we're discussing the deliverable piece, I do find it costly to the district that we have to have anyone deliver anything to anyone. As you stated, Google Meets, and we're more innovative now with technology for hearing. We also have the same thing for receiving our documents. So I would like to propose that if we need to do that, we put a box outside with a code for you and John to come and pick up your documents. So then that way we are not having our staff drop your documents off, but it still gives you the same purpose. I know you're not too far, but that could be another option. And it could have, like, the code on it that you use for real estate or something like that. But that's another option since we're bringing this up as a discussion, not being funny in any way, but it is a cost time away from our employees doing the work of the business, with work of the district, which is to help educate students and run the district, to drop things off. And I know it was nice. I know that it was offered to drop both at the same place, so I do know that that's great. But if we're going to have the discussion, let's also consider maybe an alternative for you all to pick up here right outside the DSC, and have our amazing maintenance team that can do anything kind of create that box and work on some type of locking mechanism so that way you can pick up those at your convenience. So you don't have to wait for someone to be in the building as you have time. And then I believe that could be a win-win and a great compromise for all of us if there's an issue with accessing board docs as you stated.
So
So what would you,
How about if
She was
we've been
still
getting
talking.
these documents on Friday, right? Why don't you just put them in the mail?
because we
it's gotta
can't
be 48
guarantee
hours.
that you get them 48 hours because sometimes mail is off. So I don't know. I would recommend we've tried it this way. There's been some concerns. Why not offer the opportunity for you either to come in and pick them up or create something outside for you all to pick those up so we're not having individuals drop things off. It's just a suggestion, another way of looking at it, and it's not pulling our administrators or any other staff away from the district and doing the work that they're hired to do when you can just drop by and pick them up.
We could even make 5 copies. So, for instance, if a laptop does break down, my laptop, for instance, and I need to pick up a physical copy,
Yeah,
we could have 5 copies available for one of us.
pick up our own.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I would even do that if that's the case. I would pick mine up. I just don't want to uh, make it harder on anyone. I just use the computer and then I use my paper copy when I'm here. But if that is an option, I would use the box option as well.
And so the state law states that mail service is good service. And I mean, I'm new to the board now, but I'm not new to the board. And packets being dropped off has been standard for a long, long time. It shouldn't be a challenge. But as far as board docs go, board docs is very problematic. You can go on there and you can delete a document and I'll never know you did. You can change a document. I'm going to have to spend all my time researching when that change was made. We have seen board packets come out and then something different when we get here. And that's how I've only been here 7 months. We've seen that over and over again. So board docs is just fraught with hazards. I have no way of knowing when something was changed unless I want to go in and try to extract metadata. So the reason that this is important is because it's kind of a litmus test. How well we can prepare for a board meeting is kind of a litmus test to the efficiency of our staff in the district. We should easily be able to put this together. It should be easily read. It shouldn't be pages where the printers are malfunctioning. But my biggest concern is simply the fact that board docs, there's just no guarantee what you're looking at. And if there's a mistake and somebody wants to fix it, change it, or make it delete a document off of there, that board docs doesn't provide me the security that I need as a board member whose job it is to fill my house up with these kind of things and retain them while I'm a board member in case there's a public records request. I can take this and I can give you with all surety that this was what was delivered to my house. Once you open up the Pandora's box of board docs, it's a crapshoot. I mean, who knows when that document was updated? It could have been updated 3 weeks after the board meeting. Something embarrassing might be in there. Somebody wants to change it, and boom. When it's printed, you can't do that unless you come to my house, break in, and are really clever. So
And then
that's my thing. Board docs is, and also there's times when I just don't want to do the seek and find on board docs, and so I like paper. I like to be able to read through the contracts and mark them up and make my notes. And I work like this. So even though I love technology, when it comes to contracts and notes from Adam Miller, I still work on paper. And I think it's honestly, I'm not apologizing for it. I think it's a good thing.
I'm
Devil's
definitely not a
advocate here, real quick. I'm the opposite, Mr. Kirshner. I actually prefer having everything digital. But that's the beauty of having both options, right? So if we have a Dropbox with
it
these
still serves the same purpose.
at the DSC, any of us can pick up a physical copy, or like myself, I prefer to work off my laptop on board docs.
I'm not doing a Dropbox.
Right. That's my point. My point is, even if I like it, you like it, everybody here likes it, but Kathy, state law is attorneys in the room. Mail service is good service. They made it that way for a reason. She doesn't have to come.
So the
here to
moment
get it.
that it's not,
I would say I have
I'm
in the past came to the district to pick up board packets, which we probably all know. Most people know that. And they would not even be ready.
And that
I
was
just don't have time to waste like that. I am a busy person with two businesses, um, a lot of responsibilities, and I don't have time to be running here. The cost of the gas to run here, you're gonna have to drop it off. And if I'm not mistaken, we have inter-office mail. I mean, don't we? Do we? How do we get mail from the district service center to Sedalia to Madison Elementary? How do we get them there? I mean, Madison Elementary, my house is like a minute away from there.
Yeah, and in the past, it certainly wasn't
Well, I just want to state for the record, what you're mentioning as far as past board docs, that is not past packets not being prepared for pickup was not this administration. So we have yet to work with this administration to try that. So I do understand the concern, and I'm not not acknowledging your concern, but this administration has not prepared them for you to pick up as of yet. We've only dropped off. Again, the drop box is
I'm
an
sorry, I'm not following what you're saying. Could you?
you
Could you repeat
stated that you've come in the past to pick up packets and they were not prepared.
That's
That
correct.
right, and I was saying you are correct about that, but that is not this administration. So I just wanted to make it clear that for this administration that is in place currently, with Jamie being the superintendent, Mr. Smathers being deputy, Mr. Collier being our treasurer, that has we've only delivered those packets. So we've yet to try with this administration and the opportunity for pickup. But I understand your schedule, Miss Walsh. I think a great compromise or something else we can try, or we can do the mailing, but the moment it's not there within 48 hours, but it's date stamped appropriately, then what? That's kind of my concern because I know I've been mailing things out, and you normally kind of get them kind of quickly back in the day, but mail has been different. You see your mailman out past sometimes 8 o'clock now because they don't have enough carriers, and those challenges. So I hear you. If we want to go mail, that's perfectly fine. I'm concerned that we it'll be date and time stamped within the frame of the code, but will you have it in your hand in time to prepare for a meeting?
Well, and I would recommend if we're going to go the mail route, we should probably look at overnight mail and pay for overnight mail to have this accomplished.
If I can say a couple other things, we published the first draft agenda about 2 weeks in advance. We asked for feedback, and then we try to get the agenda finished by Friday. Have we always been perfect having every attachment by Friday? In some cases, no. And I've worked very much to resolve that internally, that I think we have the vast majority of our things that we're able to do by Friday. When we ask for presentations from outside vendors, we can ask. If we get them early. If we don't, we add those after the fact. This can even be if we're getting a request from board members. So I want to differentiate that we do the Friday previously, we ask for feedback, we do the final copy, we do it the Friday before a board meeting, so it's the full weekend up until Wednesday. Especially in certain times of the year, like right now, today is a July 10th deadline when people can leave a district, resign, and not have their license threatened to be held. So we had HR things going on as recently as this afternoon. So as that agenda changed, because we were trying to get people hired or have to accept resignations, it was updated on board docs. That's the natural thing. We're not going to leave old, outdated information on board docs. We get an extra presentation, we get an extra hire, we get a resignation. We update it to board docs because that's our official document that's live that anybody can look at, and we try to have that. So when it was printed on Friday and delivered to the houses, it was accurate at that time. If there are some things that changed, including a couple items that came from board members, that agenda changed. We delivered, as you mentioned, and I'll talk about the quality of print to make sure that it's legible, because that is a silly mistake that shouldn't happen. I mean, if we're going to take the time to print it, it should be legible and easy to read. So that, but the board docs is going to be the official up-to-date document. And even after a meeting, if there was a presentation that happened, again, from an outside vendor that we didn't have in advance, we upload those to board docs after the fact because it's a part of the record of the document. So it's not we didn't like something, so we delete something out. It's we're trying to make things as accurate and appropriate and have the supporting documents there as possible. And unless we just absolutely say there will be no changes under any circumstances from Friday, and if that's the direction of the board, we can do that, but there might be things that get put off to later because sometimes when you're working with vendors or outside contractors, you're literally negotiating to the last minute, trying to get things done, trying to get legal advice, trying to get, a contract signed. And so I can put a hard deadline that nothing will happen after Friday and it'll slow the operation of our business down. So that's the other side of why things were changed. And before, and just to share, Mrs. Walsh, we were delivering all the information to you as they were in an unbound document, and you said that that wasn't acceptable. And we were providing the finished printed product for you here at the board meeting that night. And you said that wasn't acceptable, and you said you wanted the printed document sent to you on Friday, which we did. And I said, I'm asking, is that printed document on Friday? Does that mean that you no longer want the printed document also at your seat here this night? And I hadn't heard back from you
Okay.
on that. So we are sincerely trying to get information to you. We've been, again, Paul, I think Paul made the trip yesterday on the school district territory legal thing to deliver that as well. Um, and I'm going to tell you, it's not poor planning that leads to sometimes we're getting these agendas finished, sometimes late on Friday after the mail person is off duty. And so it has to be somebody, my people came in on Friday when they were off to come in and deliver the agenda. So, I mean, there's a commitment on our part to do that. I just wanted to share that.
So
Thank you, James.
I'd like to say I appreciate your effort, and I know that there's been an effort as far as the added stuff. I didn't have a problem with that today at all. I understand you had more resignations, you added it, didn't say anything about that. That's fine. I get it. The problem I had was just the illegible text, and honestly, with the vendor thing, I never said nothing about that except for that it got it delivered the next day and it was illegible. But I understand that missing too because that's a vendor. I know there's exceptions to the rule, and I get it. As far as the unbound, I had been receiving them at home in the mail, which was great, bound, and then all of a sudden they came unbound, and I asked why was there a change. That was a change. And when I got to the meeting, there wasn't a bounded copy here, and fortunately President Dowdell-Berger shared her copy with me, and I really do
Absolutely.
appreciate that. So the problem with the bounded, it was like this thick, and if I would have dropped that, we would have been sitting here literally for, there's no page numbers or anything, right? So I would have been sitting here for probably 15 minutes trying to put that back together. That's why I wanted a bounded copy. And, that's how I had been receiving it. And then that stopped. And my question was never answered why it stopped, but it doesn't matter. Yes, I appreciate your effort. Board
So
Docs is not, you know, there's people in our district who don't even have internet. They don't have it because of our economically disadvantaged population. And to suggest that a board member has to have internet. That's ridiculous. Okay, that's just Board Docs is not working out. Eye strain. There's a multitude. I don't need to give a reason why. That's my business, and I'm just saying that's not working. I need printed copies. I would like them delivered to my home, and I have that right. And luckily, our state law gives me that right, and I'm just exercising the rights that I have. Thank you.
One more thing I wanted to add that I forgot. There was early on when we were delivering it, there was concern about the location to be delivered as an active working farm and that there might be a safety issue if people went in the wrong part. And I've had that concern expressed to me from some staff about a safety issue going to a private residence that's an active working farm. So maybe we should go, as Mr. Bauer suggested, and use expedited delivery service.
yeah, and so for this, from going forward, my recap, we can mail, which is what the statute states. So we'll just mail if that's what Mr. Kirschner As you mentioned, that is a state statute, so we can mail those items.
Yeah,
So there's
yeah,
no
I'm just saying
questions.
physically.
And then we will look at board docs, the concerns like you mentioned. If something has changed, I'm pretty sure there's a way to look at track changes. So we all can look and reach out to that vendor. I'll do my due diligence to see what of the things that we can get from behind the scenes. But I think we can just follow the state statute and mail it as state time stamped. Maybe look at express mail, at least try it the first time with what we have so we're not spending additional dollars, and that eliminates the concern about it being a business area. And of course, exercising your right, Ms. Walsh, as you state that you're able to do so, and we can move on. So I think that is a good plan to follow what the law states. We'll mail that and looking to track changes. And what I find out, if anyone does not find anything before me, I will gladly share with our entire board and administration as far as board docs and track changes and things if something occurs.
And just to be clear, we don't need to mail it to every single board member. It would
I,
just
I
be
don't
those
want to
that
I don't
would
want to
want it,
spend out.
correct?
Yeah, those who want it, I
Okay.
believe that yes, we
All
have identified the two board members that are exercising that right, and that's what we'll continue to do.
And I think structurally, and I know I don't want to beat a dead cruiser here, but um, I think this all points to the same thing. We have these really, really, really long meetings, and then we have you trying to keep up with an agenda and get things out last minute. If we were on a biweekly or twice a month schedule, when that last minute things hit, you just roll it to the next meeting instead of piling on. And I think, you know, the concern of the staff was very legitimate. We don't mind 2 meetings a month, but we don't want 2 5-hour meetings or 2 6-hour meetings or 2 7-hour meetings. If we could do 2 2.5 hour meetings and be efficient and get this out, it would help with you trying to disseminate the agenda, and it'd help with us digesting the agenda, and it would help with us making wise decisions and not being here till midnight.
And we've skipped to item 5, so we can finish that. We'll sunset we're done with the board meetings materials. And since Mr. Kirschner, you've already moved to regular board meetings versus special, I would like to state it sounds good in theory, but majority of this board was here and we were in the exact same position with providing information timely. All board members were not prepared and both board meetings were beyond 2.5 hours. So right now we're doing one board meeting that's longer than that, and this is why, for instance, tonight, I know we said the discussion wouldn't be long, but when we start stating this person didn't do this and didn't do that, and we don't have on record the full story and context, and things are just brought out and we don't have bullets to prepare, maybe have some commentary in board docs in our packets, we run into our board meeting being 8:53 and it's just the board discussing. This is why these items I recommended initially when I proposed the agenda for us to approve. These items were moved down so board business could be done and we could just have our conversation and hang out like amazing colleagues and have this discussion. That is why these items were moved originally, and we had the presentation first with our legal counsel so we could address the territory transfers, and these items could have been moved after board business was taken care of, which is the priority.
That's great. Take me out of the equation. Take Kathy out of the equation. For decades, we had 2.5 hour board meetings. All right. Starting a few years ago, they went to 5 and 6 hours. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me adding to this agenda. It has to do with the way the meetings are run and the expectations. And councils all over the place are having meetings, and they don't have to go this long. And you know, in this case, again, if it got to be too fat, you could have said, "Yeah, that's great. I got it. We'll do it at the July blah 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 special meeting." But you know, I don't want to be here at 11 o'clock at night trying to make important decisions, being exhausted. Not fair to our staff who has to be back early in the morning. I'm just going to keep on that until we can figure out how to have the same length of meetings that we had for decades here, with the exception of occasions where we were, you know, fighting through negotiations, etc. To have a 5 hour board meeting once a year or twice a year might be normal, but to not be able to have 2.5 hour board meetings is not.
Well, I appreciate your commentary. When we discussed this, we met with our administration, and recommended it was better for them and to work with them in their schedule to have the one long meeting. So we can keep discussing it. The board agenda or the meeting times have been set. If you would like to make a motion, we can make that motion and vote on changing that schedule. But I definitely disagree with that. But I do appreciate your comments yet again on this topic. Ms. Gray, you had a statement.
I just been on the board for, this is my 11th year, and we have had consistently had long board meetings since I've been on the board. So,
Okay, we give you credit.
All right.
and that we did have 2 board meetings a month, and we still had those long board meetings.
And we've actually now are doing the exact same amount of work in one board meeting for the last 2 years. So I do appreciate the comments. The last thing for our board items is executive session materials. That was another comment or add on from a board member.
So yeah, the executive session material, I wanted, I want to know what's I want the executive session material, an agenda. I'm tired of being pulled into executive session, not knowing what is going on, have no time to prepare. I don't think it's right. So I would ask respectfully to get those documents 48 hours prior to the meeting so I can be prepared to go into executive session knowing what's going to be discussed.
I appreciate that commentary, but I don't think there's been any documents necessarily expressed unless there were folks that came in with notes from legal counsel. There's also a legal update that's been provided, but I will definitely share. I don't know other than the reason. Now, if you want to know details of the Ohio Revised Code reason why we're going into executive session, that's a different topic of discussion. But to ask for materials that do not exist, I'm not too sure how we can accommodate your request.
Okay, thank you.
And I would also like to state when I was board president that our legal attorney told us that, legal advice that we do not have agendas for executive.
Exactly.
To that end, I have concern that if privileged information is shared with me with my email, I do not have administrative privileges, and I don't know who, but I'm sure that we have confidential information. However, it's proven here since I've been here that employees can look at, or technology people or somebody, administrators can look at our emails or can look at the emails of our employees. So if I have confidential information coming from an attorney, or we do, what surety do we have, and what are the stop gaps, and how does it come to be that we can look at employees' emails or you can look at our emails, etc. I just want to understand that.
We can schedule that for another discussion, or we could provide that in an email. I don't know if we have time to go in that in detail at this exact moment. I think we definitely need to have legal counsel and.
So you're saying just add it to the next meeting. I'm good. I think it's a good question and it is a concern. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any more comments from the board? Again, as stated, the board agenda was originally set up to have these discussions. So we would have been dealing with board business during this hour and 15 minutes or so.
Well,
So-
I would like to know about these special meetings. They're supposed to be, I don't know who's signing them. I'm getting a signed copy as I should according to, our state law, but it doesn't say who's signing them. So maybe we could have, like a signature block so we know who's calling the meeting. I have no idea who's calling the special meetings. Thank you. That's all I have to say on that. We don't have to have the discussion if you don't want to.
Well, when you put things out there like that, Board Member Walsh, is very hard not to, because then you put a context that does not give the full story. But we can also add that to the next meeting to discuss further, so all sides are heard as well. On to item word G, executive session. Mr. Superintendent.
Closed captioning got that wrong. I'm sorry. It sounded like you said.
On to item G, executive session. Mr. Superintendent.
Okay, thank you.
The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education adjourn to executive session for the purpose of meeting with the board's legal counsel to discuss disputes involving the district that are subject of pending or imminent court action in accordance with Ohio Revised Code 121.22.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I have Ms. Gray as first, Mr. Bauer as second. Mr. Treasurer, if we could have roll call at this time, please.
Mrs. Daddleberg,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Ms. Kirschner,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. The time is 9 o'clock and we will return. There's no action to be taken after. There is action, sorry. Okay.
Hey, Libby, my sister's having a medical emergency. My sister's having a medical emergency.
Okay.
I'll be in.
Do you want to?
I got some calls.
The time is 9:19 and we reconvene from executive session.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the consent agenda according to the recommended action.
So moved.
Second.
I have Ms. Graves first, Mr. Bowers second. Are there any comments or questions?
Yeah, I would like the contracts to be pulled off and voted on individually, as there are some questions and issues that I need to bring forward.
What item is that, Mr. Kirschner?
That is the New Story contract.
What number?
Good question. Hold on.
So we're asking to move.
Item 6, I believe.
Okay, is there another? And is it 6 and 7?
One moment. Minutes, certified personnel, certified. That is item 6, 7, and 8.
All right. Any other comments or changes? All right, hearing none, if we could move to roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dettelberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
Abstain.
Yes, sir.
Okay, before we move on to the other items, the part of the consent agenda that we just did was hire some people. And we have some folks here tonight. I don't know if Lori Green left us, and she took a building in Indianapolis, Indiana, near her grandchildren. So she was happy about that. And so internally, we had Trish Faulkner move from Madison Elementary School principal to become the Dunlow principal. And our first person to introduce tonight is Ryan Burnett. Ryan, do you want to come up? Ryan is a homegrown product of Groveport Madison Schools. She's been doing a great job as the assistant principal at Madison Elementary, and we are happy to recommend her to become the principal of Madison Elementary.
Is the button pushed? Can you make sure? Is it? It should be a little button right here on the mic. Is there a button right there? Is that better?
Yeah.
Nice. Yes. Good job. Bye.
Nice. I am so thankful to get this opportunity to serve the students and staff and families at Groveport. I am a very proud cruiser. I'm the second person in my family that's been a building principal at Groveport. My uncle was a principal at Groveport High School for a really long time in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So I'm really proud to carry on the tradition and get to lead Madison. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay up there, Ryan. The next person we'll introduce is her new assistant principal, and we'd like to have Nathan Evans come up. Nathan?
Hi, I'm very excited to be here, and I'm very happy for the opportunity. I'm very happy to become a cruiser, and I look forward to making a difference and making Madison the best it can be with the help of Ms. Burnett.
Nathan comes to us. He was at Jeffco Public Schools in Lakewood, Colorado. After that, he was at Upper Arlington High School as a fourth grade teacher. And most recently, he comes to us from Reynoldsburg School. So we're happy to have him. Nathan, welcome to the team.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next person to introduce is Kelly Hayden. Kelly and Mark, you want to come up? Kelly is our new HRS person, and she has. I'm just going to show you. Look, if you look at this resume, she has some experience here. So most recently, she's been the director of operations for LACA out in Licking County. That's kind of like Meta Solutions is for us. Before that, she was curriculum and human resources director for Zanesville Schools. Prior to that, she was a director of curriculum instruction with Warren Local, and before that, she was a principal. And you don't see this often anymore. Principal grades pre-K through 12th grade in Switzerland of Ohio. So, Kelly, would you like to say something?
I am just thrilled to be here. I met a lot of great people today. I think Groveport Madison is on the right path to wonderful things. I'm excited to be part of it. Tomorrow.
Okay. Unless I've missed anybody else here, our final contestant tonight on The Price is Right just hired today, I think at about 3 in the afternoon. Is that right? Jenna Salazar Daly, Dr. Jenna Salazar Daly, come on up. Jenna has had leadership experience as an assistant principal at charter school in New Albany, Ohio. She's been at Columbus City Schools. She's been in Clark County, Las Vegas, and worked with special ed. She has a world of experience as well. So, Jenna, do you want to say anything? Introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be here. It's been a whirlwind hiring process. But I just have been looking for my permanent professional home here in Ohio, and I'm glad it's here. So I'm just thankful for this opportunity. Thank you.
Excuse me, may I be excused for stepping out of order here? I made a mistake and I want to bring it to the board's attention. Item 5, which we already approved, the local education agency agreement, has an auto renewal policy in it. I believe our council will tell us as a subsidiary of the state agency, we're not to enter into contracts that automatically renew. Are you? I don't think he's hearing me. We're not to enter into contracts that automatically renew. Is that correct, council? Don't.
So, what we'll do, we can. What is the mistake? Let's start with that. You started out with.
I meant to pull out item 5 from the consent agenda, and I did not. I said 6. But one of the issues here was our local education agency.
You want to just make the motion, and then we can then deal with that at that time. You want to make the motion now to then pull out item 5. So we've already voted. So
I understand, but what I'm bringing to your attention is that it states this agreement will automatically renew unless either party notifies. And I believe that by statute, we're not allowed to enter into a contract with an auto renewal. So I just want to bring that forward. I made a mistake in separating this out. I guess it's a good argument for not putting contracts in a consent agenda, but I did want to bring that forward. Thank you.
And just I don't know if this makes any difference or not, and maybe it doesn't. This isn't like an outside vendor that we're contracting with. This is the Franklin County Board of Developmental Disabilities.
it's another government agency.
Right, I understand. I understand. It's just state that, and if he gets back to us, that's great. The state law states that, as far as I understand it, and having done this, that we're not supposed to do auto renewal. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry for bringing us out of order. My apologies.
Okay, so for our new hires as guests here tonight, I always say this is the one time I allow you to leave the board meeting early. Thank you for coming and staying. This is not a test. You're actually allowed to leave. So thank you for coming tonight. Welcome to the team. We appreciate you having us part of Groveport. The superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the new story contract for special education services.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All right, I have Miss Grace first, Mr. Bauer second.
Sorry. Yep.
There was questions for this being pulled out. Is there additional questions at this time?
Explain the location, TLS Canal, Winchester. That is where the students will be transported, correct? And
It's not complete. It's not complete. There's,
what do you mean it's not complete?
well, you know, it says by how many age, will there be age by initialing on this line? There should be a line through that, or it should say NA on these fill in the blank areas. There's nothing in them, they're blank. So that kind of concerned me a little. I don't know if that was your concern, Mr. Kirschner.
Right, I had that circled. There was a lot of blank spaces on the contract that I don't understand. Aid services, the terms, paragraph A above. Why are there all these blank spaces on the contract? Throughout, there appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 unfilled blank spaces on
The blank spaces, it says by initially on this line, the school accepts the counseling mental health services and agrees to the terms of the paragraph above. Or are there other lines I'm not seeing?
So, all right, so that'll simply be initialed after we execute, correct? There are no exceptions.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And then the enrollment part that's left blank is that the student's name is not put in a public document.
Right, right.
It's
So
redacted.
is your response that all the blanks are going to be initialed or they're going to be crossed out?
Deputy Extended School.
I believe all of the blanks you reference have the star that says by initialing on this line, the school accepts, and one example is a one-to-one aid service and agrees to the terms of paragraph 8 above. So it's an initial saying that you agree to each one of the individual paragraphs. The specifics about the cost in that is outlined in the paragraph above. So this is just like
Okay.
when
I
you,
got it now.
you sign a document, you initial 5 different places and sign at the end.
Yeah, it looked to me like we were maybe opting in or opting out of services. Was I misinterpreting that?
No, it's clear, but I think we've got it answered now. Is there any other questions or comments? If not, we can move to roll call.
I'm just to be clear, I'm sorry, I'm digesting this slow. As far as we understand, every one of these services will be accepted, correct? We don't have any exceptions to this.
That depends on the student, right?
Yeah.
Like the mental health services, applied behavioral analysis, occupational therapy, speech therapy, extended school year, aid services. We are engaging in all of these services.
Good. Jing.
So my thing is that one of them, it says if required by the IEP.
Yeah. So this is a new placement. This particular situation, the student has been on a wait list.
Okay.
So the way that I've typically worked with contracts before, I did not work with this one, but it's kind of standard. Anytime you have a new student that you sign off if needed.
Okay.
And so what happens is the actual billing is based on the agreed upon services that are in the IEP at the time of placement. However, instead of redoing a contract with addendums, if the IEP changes as the team has warranted, then we already have the contract that if we add those services to the IEP, then that becomes a billable service. But that's not necessarily that all of those things are going to be billable. It's that if during the time of the student placement, those are necessary and the team agrees on it, that can be a billable service that they provide.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Scott, thank you very much. I appreciate that. My pause before I was reading, I have a summary. The problem is the summary that I have is all specific information about a student, and I don't think there's any of it that I could
Right.
share.
Thank you for that, Jane.
Understood. Thank you.
right, great question. I followed. Yeah. If there's no additional comments or questions, we can move the roll call.
Thank
All
you.
right, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Daddleberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
All right, motion passes.
The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Empower Behavioral Health and Intervention Contract for Special Education Services as attached.
So moved.
Second.
I have Ms. Grace first, Mr. Bowers second. The questions and comments, please.
The only thing I see on here is that it references Mitzi Boyd. I don't know if that's relevant or matters, but just want to make you aware.
Mitzi Boyd is still the director officially until July 31.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, hearing none, if we can move the roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Daddleberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
All right, another motion passes, and on to number 8.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Buckeyes Best Transportation Contract for Special Education Services as attached.
So moved.
Second.
All right, and Ms. Grace first, Mr. Bowers second. Questions or comments at this time?
No, thank you.
You don't have any?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I was just waiting on you to speak. My apologies. All right, on to roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Daddleberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, on to the superintendent's agenda. Our first item is the business services update. So, Mr. Hausman, come on up.
Good evening. I'll try and be brief. Just have a couple of updates for everybody. Basically, as on my business update last month, I had on there that there was going to be a change order for $56,000 for running the underground gas line at the 4500 project. Through multiple phone calls and meetings with our project manager through Columbia Gas, not just on my end, but through the architect's office and through our Settlerland, our construction company also, Columbia Gas has agreed to pick up the cost of that underground gas line. So,
Good work, sir.
thank you. So we won't be incurring that cost. I want to make sure that everybody's aware of that. As far as food service goes, I had made a comment last time that, we had the RFP out for our food service. We received 3 proposals. Adam and I went through the proposals, scored them, and you'll see it on the agenda asking for your approval later on during this meeting. But it is our recommendation to approve Chartwell for the food service operation again. They've been doing it for a number of years. I'm not exactly sure how many, long before I got here, but I was pleased that they were the ones that came out on the scoring sheet ahead. They've done a wonderful job, and I'm happy to recommend them. A couple of other things as far as facilities go on the 4500 site, the fuel tank's been relocated, installations of
Dave, before we move on to fuel tank, do you have an update on the CEP?
Pardon me?
The free lunch?
Oh, CEP. Yes. So as far as CEP goes, we have been given permission through ODE to enter into that. They are going to do an audit early in the year, so which we expected. And in working with Dan, who has been running our food service program, this is something that is expected, but they've told us to go ahead and move forward with it. So we will be starting that, and then we'll get through the audit. But yeah, moving forward, we expect to be able to offer all of our students free breakfast and free lunch.
That is incredible.
So
Amazing.
that
Is something to celebrate.
Yes.
It is.
That is awesome.
I have a question on that. So if they're saying us to move forward with it, That means starting the beginning of the school year, the students would not be required to pay. But if they go through the audit and they come back and say, nope, you guys didn't qualify, what happens to those lunches that were prior to the qualification?
I'm not exactly sure what would happen in that situation because I haven't had to deal with that situation yet. In my prior districts, both of my districts, we've gone CEP, and I haven't seen anybody go to where it's been rejected after an audit. Dan, this is Dan McGee. He's with Chartwell. He may be able to give you more details.
What they're going to audit is the number of your. I'm sorry. What they're going to audit is the number of your eligibility to determine what your
Could you speak
reimbursement rate
up,
is.
Lisa? I'm sorry. Could you speak
What they're going to audit is your reimbursement rate,
Okay, thank you.
the percentage that you of children that you claim as free.
Okay.
Right now, it's at 80.2%, 89.2%.
89.2?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
So we don't need to do applications,
No,
right?
that is correct.
Do
No.
we need to do them just in case?
What you need to do is what is called a survey, and that survey will be used to determine your grant eligibility.
Okay. All right.
It's called a household income survey.
Okay.
And if I can, because this is a big deal.
Yeah.
We started universal breakfast, what's it been, 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah.
Now we have universal lunch and we are also permitted to do some feedings for our after school program if kids are here. So there's more restrictions on the after school stuff, and part of it is they have to be there and have an academic connection with it. But in theory, we could have kids getting 3 meals a day from school and not have to worry about, where that meal is coming from. So I think that's a big deal for our families.
You just got all the good news, don't you?
Real quick,
Well,
can we try? We'll blast that on
Thank you,
Facebook
Jim.
and on our website so that parents are aware. 'cause
No,
this
I don't
is
think we're
huge.
gonna put that out.
We're not gonna put that outside.
They're
Awesome. Thank
Great
you.
work.
This
Thank you
is-
guys so
yes.
much. Great work.
Yeah, we brought the press release over to Tiding. It was a day or two ago. If everything gets approved this evening, we'll get everything put out on the website.
That's great.
Any other questions regarding food service?
Yeah, you mentioned scoring. Could you tell us about that? Like, was Chartwell the low bidder, or how did you score, etc.?
Well, there was several categories, and before we put out the RFP, it has to go through ODE and get their approval. So that was done. The categories for scoring were cost, experience and references, on-site management, menu, variety of offerings, involvement with students and staff, and innovation and increasing student meal participation. So when they submit their proposals, they had to list the ways that they were proposing to do all of these things. And as we reviewed it and scored each one, we felt that Chartwell had the most comprehensive package on, and as each one scored, when we totaled them all up, they came out ahead.
So, as far as the hierarchy of cost, do you know what that was? Who came out? Where does Chartwell fall in? There were 4 vendors.
Chartwell was also the best on cost.
Oh, great. Excellent.
Anything else on food service?
Nope. Thank you for your hard work.
Right, thank you. As far as some of the facilities, the fuel tank has been relocated over to 4500. It's being installed. Actually, it may be complete as of now, but they've been working on that. A couple of the other updates, I mentioned that I was working with the Evolve representatives for the scanners at the high school and at 4500. All of the scanners at the high school have been gone through, updated, and we know that they're operating properly. The one at 4500 still needs done, and that'll be done by the end of this month. The day we were working on those, we just ran out of time. So the representative's going to come back out. We'll spend the time necessary to go over and update that one and make sure everything's functioning properly. I'm not saying that it wasn't, but we're just trying to ensure that it is. One of the other things I was going to mention, it's not on the slide, but you'll see it on your agenda. It's for our school insurance. We have to renew. our school insurance. Ohio School Plan has been our insurance carrier in the past. You'll see it on your agenda asking for approval. Basically, the coverages are pretty much the same as what they have been. There is a cost increase, but the cost increase is due to property taxes. There was also a slight cost increase due to a cyber attack a while ago. So it's no different than if when you hear on the news, everybody's insurance is going up for autos, for home. Well, it's the same thing for the school district. When property values go up, our insurance went up also as far as our property values. So there is a cost increase on the insurance. It's about 19.5%. So just to make sure that everybody's aware of that. That way when it comes up, I figure I would go ahead and answer questions now about it if I could. So is there any questions?
And there's one thing also, the bus costs, because and that was an increase. You know, explain that about how it was and how it's going to be known.
Yeah, when there's a couple way the insurance for buses happen, and if a bus gets totaled, which doesn't happen very often, but it does happen, you can either have it to where you get the replacement value to purchase another bus, or you get somewhere between $12,000 and $20,000. Buses right now are going for about $120,000 and up, depending on what options you get. So when Adam and I discussed it, talked about, okay, what's the ad look like if we get to where we get the replacement cost? So that way, if there is a bus that gets totaled, it's not coming out of general fund. The insurance company would be giving us a reimbursement to purchase a bus to take that bus's place. So those are multiple reasons for the cost increase.
Okay. So before, how were our buses covered compared to now?
Well, before, like, we had a bus total this year, and I think we got around 20,000. So, well, new bus costs 120.
Right.
So now with this, we're going to get the replacement cost for that bus.
Okay.
So for me, it gives me stability where, I'll pay a little bit more in insurance, but we have another bus that's totaled. I'm not showing an extra $100,000, $105,000.
Gotcha. And what is this 20%?
Last year on the board agenda, when you approved the total package premium, it was $156,000.
Gotcha. Excellent.
This time it's going to be $187,000.
So on
The
the
other thing,
on the cybersecurity, what is our deductible, and did we increase our cybersecurity coverage at all?
The cybersecurity coverage, as far as the insurance goes, stayed the same. That didn't change. I mean, there is an increasing premium due to them paying out for the attack that did happen, but the coverages are the same on cybersecurity. I know Nate and I met about the cybersecurity package because he knows far more about cyber than what I do, and we discussed it briefly.
I just remember it was like 3 years ago that we didn't have cybersecurity coverage.
Yeah.
And we added it, and then shortly
so
we needed it.
I'm sure the claim probably had an impact, but I will tell you, watching what's happened over the past few years, it used to be cybersecurity coverage was dirt cheap for a ton, and it's switching. It's so expensive now, and the coverage is much lower, and you're part of basically a cohort where there's a total amount that's covered over multiple districts. So there must be a lot of cyber attacks because the rates have just skyrocketed, and you can't even. I mean, maintaining the same level of coverage was probably difficult, I would guess.
Yeah,
it is, and I'm sorry.
I remember being a treasurer 5, 8, 10 years ago when this first came out. It was $1,200 because there wasn't a whole lot of cyber attacks. It was just a little bit extra money that they were getting. You had to do it as a district just in case something happened. But now it's up to $19,000.
Yeah. Because we did have a little, but it was like nothing. I mean, you would use that up in like 2 hours talking to a consultant. So,
Last year on the board agenda for the cyber policy, it was 8,847. This year it's 19,000. So it went up about 11,000.
And what does that cover?
That covers any and all potential loss due to an intrusion.
Up to like 250,000.
Up to 250,000. So the other reason, one thing I wanted to mention was that we didn't change our cyber policy, but going through the breach in last December, the funds we had was more than sufficient.
Yeah.
So
we didn't reach the 250.
And is this the only insurance company that offers these plans for schools? It's the best value?
I know that there are one or two other companies out there. This plan, Ohio School Plan, is the trusted company among most school districts. I know every school district that I've been at, this is the policy or the company that they use. And through my business managers roundtable, just almost every district around Central Ohio is using Ohio School Plan.
And they
We,
don't.
oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, we just switched to Ohio School Plan just when Felicia was here. And it was an entire process of assessments. We did everything from playground inspections so the insurance coverage, and because they specialize in schools, obviously they had specific types of coverage for schools, but there was a process we had to go through in the assessment to make sure that all of our facilities were as safe as we could make them also. So it wasn't just you get a quote for $1 amount and switch over. It was an analysis of, safety and inspection and everything. We actually spent a fair amount on playground upgrades as a result of that analysis.
Right.
And
They don't pay ransoms, right? Correct. Insurance will not do that.
I don't think the insurance company will. I don't know all the details on that.
That's exactly what the insurance is intended for, is in case you need to pay a ransom.
You say it's there so they will?
Yeah, we did not pay a ransom when we were breached, but that was to everyone's surprise. We were also in a fortunate position where we didn't lose anything. They didn't.
So it's a typical insurance. We pay the ransom to encourage more people to do it, and then we raise your rates. Got it.
Yep.
Okay, there we go.
And as far as the insurance company, Superintendent Grube's absolutely right. And going back quite a few years, I can remember a district I was with. We were with, I think it was Liberty at the time, and we switched to Ohio School Plan. And the assessments and the building walkthroughs, and I mean, it is cumbersome how much time and information they need, but it's worth it when you get it done. Any other questions for me? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Good news. Thank you so much for that.
Okay, Mr. Trace, Diversity Engagement and Human Capital.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to apologize. I did not save $57,000 like Dave. Just going to tell you that much right up front. I'm going to tell you something too, is that I want to publicly praise Chris Cook, because as I was running down the hallway at 3:30 trying to get to her before she started to make the board agendas, which I didn't make it in time. So she did redo some for me. So she did it. I just want to praise her for everything, because I know I bothered her 10 times today with adding people to the agenda. So thank you to Chris. If you take a look at the first sheet, this is just from June to today at 3:15. We added several new staff. We did also lose some staff. I will say this too, though, the principals have been wonderful, and I've talked to each principal. I'm not going to say how many times in the last 3 days, but it's been probably right around 6 times a day with each principal, because they're trying to get those things taken care of with their hires and with their candidates, and to get them to me so I can interview them also and make the offer. One of the pleasures in this job is when you offer someone to come to Groveport, and when you're telling them all the pluses and the things that make it a great place. That is the excitement for me. And when they're excited and they accept, it's pretty cool. So just to move on to what our current staff hires and retirements and resignations are. Superintendent Group asked me to give you some historical data from the last couple years. Um, I will say this over the 22, 23, 21, 22, that is the entire year. So currently we've had 50 new hires, 38 of those were teachers, 7 retirements, and 69 resignations, 60 of those being teachers. So, and there's the other information that goes with the 22, 23 and 2 years ago information. So I'm not going to say I feel comfortable. Today's the 10th. I won't feel comfortable until 12:01 tonight because that's when staff members are allowed to resign. One of the rushes, and I think Superintendent Group did a nice job in explaining the July 10th issue. You want to keep people as much as possible, but people leave for many different reasons, and it's not always because they're unhappy. But it's also a good opportunity for us to get a fresh person in here. One of the first questions I always ask when a candidate asks me, "What are you looking for in a teacher?" And it's kind of an odd answer, but I think it's relevant. Is I want you to want to be here. I want you to want to be with our students, and that's important. It's not the only thing, but it is certainly, I think, is one of the most important things when you're looking for a teacher. So that is our current information. That was our information from the last 2 years. Our classified staffing update. I'm going to be honest with you. I focused more on a certified and getting those numbers to you today. Plus, I had interviews that I was trying to get down to get them approved by the board. I know those numbers as of tomorrow will be different. We've hired a lot more classified staff in the last couple of days. I've just been really focused on the certified because that's the July 10th is the day that really it basically dictates whether or not you can get someone from another district or not. So that's our information on classified staff, and I wanted to give you an update on that too. Our new classified 18 new hires and 20 resignations and 4 retirements, and an update from our June classified job fair. There we go. We've hired 7 new employees, and we have increased the numbers of our substitutes from the building usage. I feel comfortable in telling you it's probably going to be more like 10 by tomorrow because we still do need staff, and we're still in the process of continuing to fill those staff. So that's all I have for you. If you have any questions.
So we are still hiring certified, right?
Mhm.
That's what I'm hearing correctly. How about
Yes.
non-certified? How are we doing on those?
That's the classified. We're gonna get them. We're in the process of trying to make sure that we
Are
get
all
'em.
those? I noticed that the employment we have certified employment on our website, but we don't have any link to non-certificated employees.
There's a link that gets them to the job application. One of the things that I'd like to change, and that's going to be with the help of Kelly, the new HR specialist also, is I'd like to, in my previous district, we put on Apple Track, which is a frontline program that we use for hiring teachers, administrators. We put it out there into the community. One of the things I'd like to see is we need to post our custodian positions, our cook positions. They need to be more accessed. The one issue, and actually I'm meeting with Frontline next week, one of the issues is the application process is 11 pages, and some of it is very relevant when you're a teacher. Where have you been? Your certification. Where's your education from? There's several questions that go with like a teacher interview, and so you're answering those questions. The one thing they don't have is a shorter application for classified to put on there if they do have any education or if they have any previous experience. So I'm going to be asking those questions to see if we can improve that process but it's a great question because
Yeah, it would be great to have the positions posted on our website.
Yeah.
We get more advantage.
I agree with
Thanks a lot for all your work.
yeah, no problem. And I again apologize for not saving $57,000.
Before we move on from human resources, I'm actually have Mr. Smathers. I was going to save this for the end of the meeting. We talk about other things. It's not a recommendation that we have for tonight, but I think it's something that we've hinted around before and we've been working on. And so, Paul, do you want to explain the two things?
Right. So I'm very proud to talk to you about two initiatives that we are really following through with that we want to do. And I want you to know how passionate we are about serving our kids and our families and providing real opportunities for our kids. It's not just getting them to graduation, it's what are they going to do with their diploma. And we've been talking a lot about that with the Portrait of a Cruiser Graduate. I'm very proud and extremely excited to say that we are adding and doubling to our construction tech program. We just recently posted for that position to hire a construction technology teacher to add with Mr. Gibbs and his program. We actually have, we could triple that program, but we can definitely double it. And we're going to get more kids involved, more kids into the construction trade program, connected with businesses, and leaving us with real jobs.
And Paul, how is a position like that funded?
It's a CTE funding program. It's not going to cost us anything or any more. It's funded through the state, but it's real opportunities for our kids and our families, and great partnerships with Rosilli, Messer, and many others. I just can't remember them all right now.
So will that be tied to like the unions too, to be like the
Yes,
trade
absolutely,
unions?
the trades.
That's good stuff.
Right, and we have some connections with the construction trade or the like electrical trade. In our construction trade or construction technology, our kids get a taste of everything. They get a taste of plumbing, electricity, construction, um, the plumbing, and masonry. So if a kid wants to follow through with that and get into that trade, we can connect them. So if they want to go into the electrical trades, we connect them with them. And that leads from introductory courses as freshmen and sophomore to program courses as juniors. And then by the time they're seniors, we're connecting them with outside agencies that we already have connections with. The best thing is that we're going to double it. And like I said, we have triple the amount of interest. And I'm just extremely excited that we're going to be able to help our kids be passionate about what they're doing. What's the other What's so- the job? I'm sorry.
Oh, go-
What's the job posting? What is it called? Construction trade technology teacher. It's a career technology education teacher. Okay. And
So-
is that how long is that open? We'll have it posted till we fill it. Okay.
Where is it posted at?
It's on AppleTrack online. We post it with us within our social medias, and we also post it with agencies with around. So we will fill that with a trade person that has experience. It's required, and then we will help train them. They'll go to Ohio State, take classes, and we'll train them with the instruction.
Right, so they won't, you're not expecting a licensed teacher to take the necessary.
It would be great if we could get a licensed teacher, but if we need somebody from construction trade with experience, which there's expectations with that and standards, but if they meet those, then we can send them to Ohio State and in a program, and they take the classes while they're teaching.
This is a very logical step because number one, it's a wildly popular program. You know, the tiny house, you saw that. But because there's both classroom work and then there's lab work, which is doing the construction things, a single teacher is only using the equipment half of the time because there's the classroom portion and so with two teachers, you don't have to increase the facility part. You can serve twice as many kids, and with CTE funding, it's paid for by the state. So we're being able to serve more kids without any additional cost to the district.
It's wonderful. So another pathway that we're
So Mark, maybe you save 57,000 if we get this hired.
Don't worry, I'm going to spend it.
Sorry. The other thing that I'm proud of, and again, it's on the same line, is starting a career pathway for military pathway for students that want to get into the military. So we have made outstanding inroads and connections with starting a JROTC, a junior ROTC program, and bringing that back to Groveport Madison High School. The other thing is that we are in the process right now, and it's close to being approved with the 7th Cadet Battalion. Did I say that right? The 7th Cadet 7th Battalion. I'm not sure. When they told me it was the 7th Battalion, I thought that was pretty cool. But that we will be approved to be to house a pathway in our school, and we're still trying to work out some of the details, but the initiative's there, the desire is there. We've met some people that might be interested in teaching that, but we got to post that and go through our process, and it's looking pretty good.
That's great news. Is that going to be this school district then starting?
We're hoping.
Or school year, yeah.
Yeah. As some of you know, military, it's like hurry up and wait.
We do.
So we hurry up and got the application in, and it got sent off to the right people. Now we need their approval, and everybody's like, "Come on, come on, come on!" And
So with this one is in a full program, you have a non-com, and then you have a commissioned officer. When we gave up our program, and I don't know when, years ago, it's really almost impossible to get something back. To have the military also co-fund the project. So to start it, we're going to bear the expense probably for 2 years. Instead of having two people, we'll start with one while we build up numbers, and we'll have to pay for some equipment. I think we'll look to try to leverage and work with some business partnerships, maybe for some seed money to buy flight core things and practice rifles and all those sort of things. So it's going to cost us some money, but I fully believe, and we wanted to share with the board to make sure you agree that we're going in the right place, that this is something that would be really important to our students and our community. We've been identified, Central Ohio in general has been identified as being an underserved area specifically for Army, JROTC. So, nothing's done until it's done, but we've had some preliminary approvals. We've had some conversations. It's moving along, and keep your fingers crossed. The goal would be that we're starting this year in August to do that. So it's an exciting thing. I hope at the July 29 meeting, maybe we'll bring in a recommendation forward to do it, but we wanted to share with you all.
Would they be housed at the 4,500?
Eventually.
Okay.
So we would have to find temporary housing at the high school, which we know is a time or a space issue. We've been working with Mr. Altman to do that. But ultimately, I think we would build out space in 4,500 for the program. And it would provide a wonderful opportunity. And we could have it built literally for the program with the things they need.
So I'm excited just knowing that this has been a conversation we've been having, and when we've had some of our military folks around the area come in and help in the conversation. So I want to say thank you for the hard work and those that may have helped that have been a part of Black History Month, even our Women's History Month that came and spoke. I know I introduced you to some of those senior leader folks in the Ohio Guard. Yeah. Hopefully that was helpful, and I'm excited to see this, but I will admonish and challenge our board here. We have an educational trust, and we just heard of a new need that we may need to seed fund. So here's an opportunity for us to try to find ways to get people to donate to our ed trust, that where we can fund this without tapping into our general fund. So I'm asking all of our board members to let's think of ways the way we can try to not tap into our general fund, use our educational trust that we've put together, do the work, get in the community so we can fund this ourselves.
Wow, appreciate you saying that, and I know Adam likes that. I do want to say that in talking with people with the military branch, they're extremely impressed with the board's dedication and their amount of support, as well as our vision and support from the administration.
I mean, they've told us, and we've shared what a military friendly that we've had so many of our board members serve, and just meeting with us, how supportive we've been. They know this program will be successful, and they're excited. They're excited to do it. So, I'm really I'm giddy for both of these.
Are we in charge of that hiring process? Because I know it takes very specific military credentials.
It's a joint process. We have to get
That's what I
approval through them for candidates to come to us.
They have standards on who can be instructors, and because they need it, there's different standards than what it used to be, but they're good standards.
Yeah.
And I would like to clear up that Mr. Group said practice rifles. They're wooden drill rifles for marching and drill. But we will do archery.
And so we were talking to some of the two gentlemen that run the Columbus South program, and they went from no archery program 3 years ago to placing third at nationals this last year. And you know, there's all sorts of different competitions you can go to and doing that, and it's exciting stuff.
And I know several of you will like that we're looking at an Army JROTC. I didn't know if I said that with the seventh Battalion.
Yeah.
So,
My uncle ran one out of Fort Bragg, which is actually the largest in the state, and they use target air rifles, which is a great option, you know. So archery is kind of weird for Army, but yeah, that is an option. Target air rifles are relatively safe. So.
Paul, that construction trade job, you said we're posting that on social media?
that position has been posted, yes. We posted that yesterday.
When?
Oh, we posted it in
Can
the
you send
district.
me a link to that? Because I'd like to send it to a couple people. Thank you.
So it's,
Sure.
Is it just, do you post it first in the district?
Yes.
And then it goes out to the public?
Right.
So when it goes out to the public, send it to the board after you've done our internal, then send it to the board once it's public.
Thanks, Libby. You're right.
Thanks.
Yep.
Good job.
Okay. Final presentation, and this is going to be short.
It'll be short.
This is our comms update.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to give a quick overview of our back to school communications. You know, back to school is fast approaching. It can be very exciting for families, but it can also be very stressful. Me personally, I have a 14-year-old daughter who's getting ready to start high school. So you too? So our stress levels up here. We're doing our summer reading. We're reading Fahrenheit 451 together and talking about that book and everything. So we're right here. So I understand, and it can be very stressful, especially for those families who have students entering a new building. So our aim is to provide timely and accurate communications to our families so they can be prepared for the start of school. So I thought what I might do is just go through all of our various channels and show you what's underway and what's to come over the next couple of weeks. So let's start with all calls and emails. Straight from the horse's mouth. Our all calls and emails provide trusted information and timely reminders to help your child be ready for school. This past Monday, we just sent an immunization update reminder to our families. We've got other updates coming, like the first day of school. August 12th is fast approaching. That's the first day of school for grades 1 through 6 and freshmen. Then August 13th will be grades 1 through 12. We'll be sending emails and calls about open house dates and staggered start dates for both kindergarten and pre-K. Signage and paid ads. In a digital world, newspapers still have a cult following. So when I came to Groveport, I was pleasantly surprised that you all have an actual newspaper in this community. I couldn't believe it. So I love it. So signage and paid ads provide valuable frequency to keep GMS top of mind for our families. We actively run full page ads in the Southeast Messenger for things like enrollment, kindergarten registration. We put enroll now signs in the lawns of all of our school buildings. So when pedestrians are walking by, That's in the back of their mind. Kindergarten registration posters are at our school buildings right now. And we, of course, we update the marquee signs. I call them marquee signs. Those signs out in front of the school buildings, is that what you guys call them too? Okay. Okay. Next up, website communications, the centaur of our communications world. Mark like, this is highbrow stuff, people. Not everybody's going to get it. All right.
Will you please stop horsing around with puns?
Oh!
So,
Okay.
So Nate, when we update the audio system, remind us to add one of those buzzers.
So our website helps us establish our online presence, share pertinent information, and connect with families. So if you were to go to our website tonight, you would see on the homepage, we have sliders for a back to school hub. If you go to that page on our website, it has everything from our first days of school to our open house dates, has supply lists, our entire 24-25 school calendar, bus routes, etc., etc. There is more information that will be populated on that page. For example, we will be rolling out the staggered starts for kindergarten early next week and probably pre-K maybe this Friday. We also have an enrollment slider for people to go to our Enroll Now page, kindergarten registration, and the like. Next up is social media. Can I ask Equestrian? Of course. GMS social media channels provide timely district news, updates, and two-way communication for curious parents. We, of course, are on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. We are on LinkedIn. We have Twitter too, but we're kind of phasing it out. X, as the kids like to call it. We know it as Twitter. But, mailings, a stable way to communicate. Still. Traditional mailings provide trusted tactile communications to not just our school community, but the community as a whole. We have our traditional back to school mailer, which everybody receives. We're currently in process with that. That is going to be going to the printer next week. Yeah, we're going to get to the printer next week. So if we get it to the printer next week, it'll be mailed in mailboxes to all of our families before August 1st. We also have the Groveport Madison Schools annual report. I expect that to come out about 2 or 3 weeks after our back to school mailer. And that is mailed out to everybody in the community. So everybody will get a chance to see that. And that highlights various things in the school district that are going on and whatnot. But that was pretty quick, pretty brief.
That was quick. And I know you're giving a full comms report on July 29th.
And I may or may not have more puns.
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
Did you say may or may not?
you could be my writer.
The one thing, this is totally jumping ahead, but I think this is so exciting. We are going to be doing the website update this year, and we will have an app, not just a mobile version.
Oh, thank
we
you.
will have an app.
So if I could just really quickly, we have signed an official agreement with Final Site. We are underway. We're going to go through the design phase in the fall. I would like to launch the new website over spring break to give our families a chance to get used to the website before we break for summer, because I would hate to roll out a brand new website in the summertime, especially when parents are trying to get information for back to school. I want them to be familiar with our website. So a new website is coming. So I'm very excited about that. So yeah.
I did have a question on the immunizations. Are you linking them with Primary One also?
Yes, I'm going to work with Susan Brewer, who is Primary One's marketing manager, and we are going to kind of co-op that.
Okay, thank you.
Especially things like sports physicals and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because that way they can get it all taken care of.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions?
And could they include that mobile unit? I just want to make sure that we're trying to get to other areas of our district where they may not be able to come all the way into a school. Because they did tell us when we, during COVID, that they had a mobile unit. So if we could have one that's a clinic, maybe that's stationary here at our clinic here, our school clinic, and then a mobile one and advertise that so everyone has an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Questions for Ty before he rides off? Thank you, Ty. All right. I do have to back up because they've been sitting here for hours. We skipped CBS to give their update. So Terry, if you want to come up.
Report stands. We're growing. The number of drivers continues to grow. So we're going to be very selective on timeliness and tardiness this year because we have pretty much a full staff. And there's like 7 more coming on very soon. The banner on the bus in front of the high school has worked, and we've gotten not only applicants but good applicants, people who must be in the area that are already licensed are applying. So the banner on the bus works. Ty, we're going to be working with you on the, get this, ice cream social. You're aware of it, August 8th. We're going to do it like we did at the high school last year, but we're hoping with Ty's wonderful social media, call them all, whatever we could do to get a better turnout than we had last year. But we think it's a wonderful back to school event, especially for parents who want to introduce their kid to the yellow bus. There's a bus for each school with the drivers there waiting. We give them tickets. We have Grater's ice cream. Life is good. It'll be 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. on August 8th. The technicians are going through Bendix brake training. I mentioned this last month. It'll be July 22nd through the 25th. It's a 3-day intensive workshop, soup to nuts. We're still, in my opinion, investigating how that bus fire occurred. I'm still not satisfied. Just because there were no injuries and all this other good stuff, we need to know what happened, how it patrol. Everybody says, yeah, that stuff happens. But as far as I'm concerned, this is going to be a very expensive training session for not just the mechanics here at Groveport, but I'm having everybody come in. The Reynoldsburg bus is completely restored. This is one of the 3 buses you all bought from Reynoldsburg. 2 of them we had to salvage because this bus cost community bus $41,000 to restore, but it looks beautiful. It's 12 years old. It runs great. So there is a bus to add to your fleet there, and they're going to inspect that this week. Teresa says 3 new buses are coming. Thank you so much, because God knows we need them. And the fuel tank, Mr. Houseman. So when do you think we'll be able to move buses over there? Because I'm sitting there going, where are we going to put buses? What do you think? Okay, because I'll tell you, I drove by
5 more minutes.
Yeah, I drove by 4500 today, and I noticed the one big building there that's up for lease. So we called them today, just in case you need a plan C for this massive parking lot right next to 4500. So I have no idea what that, but it's kind of scaring me on July 10th that we start school, on the 14th or the 12th? When do we start school? 12th. Yeah, that's a little tight for that fleet. So we're a little bit concerned about that. And lastly, I have to thank Teresa for bringing Jared, who you met earlier tonight, to the school district, because he was a Reynoldsburg OBI. So Teresa did a great job with that. So I want to recognize her for bringing there. And last, I want to recognize Liz for winning the ladies golf outing at your foundation golf tournament. She did a great job. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Yes. Terry, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for all of your help with the 4th of July. We had 3 buses shuttling it was great. And the bus in the parade was outstanding. And I want to give a shout out, and I want to make sure I don't forget them. You had 4 bus drivers give up their 4th of July to help us with this. One is David Lewis, Shaylin Poole, Shalonda Stewart, and Kayla Williams. And all 4 of them were outstanding. They were great with people and really appreciated your support.
Now they're planning, there's a night out coming up somewhere in Groveport, but we're planning to have buses there as well. And all
yeah, we do have, there is a night out, and I think that's going to be at Sedalia or on that campus.
Only in August. It's
That's
like
in
a
August.
national night out.
National night out.
That's it.
Yeah,
So we're planning for that too, but thank you so much for recognizing.
Yeah,
us.
absolutely.
And thank you all very much.
Thank you, Terry. I apologize.
I mean,
Forgot
told
you
us
earlier.
August 6th, so we've just got to figure out our locations in our district, because there's probably going to be more than one Groveport proper, and then there's some that are within the township as well.
Independence Village has
And
one as well.
Independence Village does one as well.
Okay, on to item 4, the superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Compass Chartwell renewal document for 2024-2025.
I so move. Second.
Have John and Mr. Bauer. Any questions or comments? All right, roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Daddleberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Ms. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
The superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Ohio School Plan Insurance Renewal as attached.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Bauer and John. Any questions or comments? All right, we can move to roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
Mrs. Daddleberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes. Graduation. Is that it? Okay. Nope. On to whenever you're ready, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay,
On to the treasurer's agenda.
Yep, I'm pulling up the stuff now. Okay, first thing that you guys are going to see as soon as I share is my June cash flow report. So again, we got through, give a shout out to my department, Tanya Boyd, and the payroll people and everybody in the department. We had a great closing for year end of 24, and we reopened 25 already. And we are processing recs and POs and everything. So that was seamless and fantastic. So if we start here in the cash flow report in June, we had revenue come in at 4.2 million, expenses going out of 8.2 million, which is negative 4.5. But at the May report, I said I was hoping the May 5-year forecast hoping to have like almost $10 million in cash, and actually we ended at 11 million. So it's a little bit better than what I even hoped for. For the year. So for the year, a little over $11 million in positive in revenue over expenses. So I'm very happy. Doesn't mean we can spend it now, but I'm just very happy that it was over. My next chart, again, this is revenues coming in. Again, most of it was state foundation, 3.4 million out of 4.2. The other revenue, we get a payment. It's $878 total, $1,000, but we get a payment from OBETS a little over $500,000. It's a revenue sharing agreement we have with like the CRAs and TIFs. So that's the majority of that money. Expenditures, again, as you see, mostly it's 64% personnel. Purchase services was a little bit higher, but not a little higher this time because CBS, we had April's and May's, so we had 4 payments instead of 2. So that's why purchase services was a little bit higher than previous months. But other than that, again, we were a little higher than I anticipated, for my 5-year forecast. So I am very pleased. And then change from prior year, again, not much change in June. Not much change actually. I mean, we was pretty good. Teachers' contracts went up. Obviously that happens. And then last year, CBS, the bills were really high. I think we had 5 payments in June when we had 4 this year because we were really behind last year. So that's why the negative 672,000 in purchase services. Last year was over 3.2 million. This year is 2.6. Everything else, pretty much stayed the same. But we did have transfers up. Again, that was the 168,000 for the food service debt. We paid that off. We transferred that in June. So, but other than that, if you have any questions, but I'm happy with the numbers. Now it's nice having the revenue higher, but now it's just keeping it. That's
I think the one thing that's interesting is the fund balance only changed $2 million from the beginning of the school year till now.
What do you mean?
We went from 45,694,000 down to 43,665,000 on line 15.01.
Yeah, that's because of the budget reserve. If you want to really look at ending cash, That's kind of like look at. So if you look at beginning cash on H43, you get 35 million, and then now it's 46,765.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah.
11 million.
Yeah.
So it's nice. Yeah.
Very good.
So yep. Moving on. My cash flow or my savings update. We hit $5 million this year in savings because we reclassified a bus to the O3 fund. So it was just over $5,004,000. It was able to help the general fund out this year. And again, we won't be able to do that every year. I'm telling you right now, but I'm gonna try. All right, don't expect.
We're gonna speak positive. Yes, we are going to try to do it.
Yes, but you know, again, it's not me, it's not my department. It's a shout out, especially to that young lady right there, Jamie Scott, with her stuff, with the McKinsey, with Ever Driven and Buckeye Best and TriStar, just doing her due diligence to make sure that kids that come here are our kids. Saved us, right there on line 27, Ever Driven, $443,000. Buckeye Best, $93,000 from previous year, and then of course the credits from CBS that we called back. But just a shout out to her and all the departments to really get in the same mindset and say, look, let's not do what we've been doing here. Let's look at everything and look at every purchase to make sure we really need it. I don't think our students went without this year. I think they got everything they needed, but we're still able to save that much money from our general fund. So very happy about that. That's my 2 discussion items. I'm gonna try to go back to the board agenda. And because I do have 2 items that need action. One is the resolution, obviously, for necessity for the bond levy. And Nate, I'm gonna unplug now. Is that cool? You can take back over. Okay. So the resolution for the necessity of the bond levy. So it's a motion, so I'll have to read this. The treasurer recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the bond issue in the amount of $78,305,000 for the purpose of constructing, improving, and furnishing, and equipping 3 new 5 through 8 middle schools with the latest site improvements and appearances thereto, construction, improving, furnishing, and equipping additions to the Groveport Madison High School with related site improvements and appearances thereto, abatement and demolishing of existing facilities, improving, renovating, furnishing, and equipping existing facilities, and replacing existing equipment, and constructing various permanent improvements school district-wide. That's the motion.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Gray, Mr. Bauer, any comments, questions?
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. I know we've had conversation that this is just for you to go out and get what the cost,
what the millage will be.
So what the millage will be.
Once Latoya has to sign off on it. So before she leaves today, I'll get her signature, and then I will get that to the Franklin County Auditor's Office tomorrow. They'll verify. It usually takes them 7 to 10 days, and that's why we have the July 29th board meeting. They'll verify the millage. It'll be broken down, like I think how you probably see it on the on the levy whenever we have the levy. So then we'll have the July 29th meeting. Then that will be the resolution to proceed. And we have to have that to them by August 7th. And that's the one I'll actually, walk down to the Board of Elections and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments?
I would like to ask questions about the high school. So we've talked about that we have around 2,000 students at the high school. It was built for 1440, right? The addition that we're proposing on here to get the millage is adding, am I right, 200?
300 students.
300 students.
Actually, Josh is here tonight. I was going to try to explain this, but he's done this in front of groups several times, and it might be easier for him to come up and do that. I did have him prepare a handout. I didn't know if we would talk about this tonight or not, so I do have a handout that has it's former presentations that he's done that I can pass out. Okay.
I'm just trying to reconcile the 2,000 students.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
There's 2 pages.
Just a reminder that one of the things that we're doing is we're maximizing the offer of funding from OFCC, right? they pretty much told us, they gave us an understanding of what the cap was of what they would be able to contribute to assist with your project with the state share this year.
Mhm.
And so we're trying to maximize that as much as we possibly can. And so that's putting a cap on what we can do. Understanding that there's more that needs to be done at the high school in order to meet the full 10-year enrollment projection. But effectively what we're looking at is putting on an addition that's it's in the order of about 50, I think it's almost about 55,000
Oh,
square
two.
feet.
Okay, I didn't understand what it was. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's in the order of about 55,000 square feet, which is going to add capacity to take you from roughly about I just had the numbers in front of me, but it's adding 300 students. So we're taking you from roughly about 1,440 students to about 1,740 students. Now,
And
the
does the 2,000 include those students that were part of Cruiser Academy and now a part of Cruiser itself at a different location?
Correct.
Okay, so how many students do we have that were part of that?
So we had, I'm trying to remember here, was it 180 that went to Eastland Fairfield, and then we serve 120 at Cruiser Excel. Does that sound right?
So we would take 300 off, so it'd be 1,700 students.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And then in the original proposal, and Josh, sorry, that it was much larger. There was a lot of some of this workforce development space in the plant when it was the massive thing. And so because we couldn't fund all of that workforce development space, we pulled it out just to academic classrooms, realizing that we can develop space over at 4,500 or include the additional workspace development later in the third phase when we look at elementary schools.
Okay.
If that
So
makes sense.
this takes 1,700 is what we're dropped down to. We have 14. It was built for 1,440. We're adding another 300, so we're hitting the 1,700 mark. Okay, that's what I just need clarification.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the refresher handout as well.
Yes.
Excellent. And
Any additional?
always helps to have it all together.
I had one thing just to make sure I'm correct. So I know that with OFCC, just to kind of recap to make sure I'm understanding, because this is my first time working with OFCC. Because of our district, we are not a district that has the funding to build our own buildings. Therefore, the state has this program in which we qualify based off of our district type, size, etc., which then puts us in their formula on how they determine what they will approve. So even though we may think we want this is the recommendation from you to them to get the approval to receive the cost share, so we're not at 100% of paying for the renovated project. Did I recap that right?
That is all correct. Yep.
Okay. Are there any additional comments or questions?
I still never got an answer to my question, which was critical from my perspective of how we went from the only discussion about the school and independence being for K-8 for a certain population to that becoming an irrelevant conversation of a middle school when we didn't have the population for 800 kids. So I never, from the point we sat down and we did the numbers on bus savings and everything, it was always a K-5, K-8 conversation. And I have no idea how that ever switched to such an irrelevant 800 student building. And I never did get an answer to that.
Mr. Gerster, I think we went through the full presentation. We talked about what the facilities group did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
But
Well,
my
there's-
point is, when we sit down, I mean, the whole idea of the school and independence was brought forward. I brought forward, we met. We created the square. We said this is what it was going to be. And then never was it going to be a middle school. Middle school makes no sense. There's not 800 middle schoolers to go there. So it transformed, and I have no idea why or how. It's almost like, to me, it appears like, hey, we don't want this to happen, so we're going to blow it up. That's how it looks to me. Because it never made sense. 800 student school was never ever discussed as far as the initial and the cost savings. The model was never about that. So I don't know how it became that, because anyone could have told you in 2 seconds that an 800 student school wouldn't make sense there. But a 500 or 600 student school very well might have. And that's kind of what I felt like the promise to me was that that's what we were going to explore. And out of left field, as far as I could tell, we got something totally different. And I don't understand the transition.
You're aware that there's a building proposal for the third phase as a potential elementary site at Independence?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that still doesn't meet your need, is what
Right,
you're saying?
but again, what was missed and what was never presented was, hey, here's an opportunity. We could have even done a bond issue. We could have even built this without even going to the voters based on transportation savings with a 50% share. And that just went out the window to phase 3, which could be phase never. So
Where did
I'm done with that.
Where did you
Exactly.
who provided? Where did you get the bus savings that you're mentioning?
From Adam Collier, we had a meeting here. He showed us what the population was of the K through 8.
You and Adam had a meeting.
Yes, and then it was approximately 1.3 million in transportation savings within that 1 mile square, and basically, I mean, it was a project that could have very well pretty much paid for itself out of transportation savings. So that was the window. That was everything we were looking at. Carefully thought of. You know, the idea was, yes, this could probably be made to work, and then you know, all of a sudden there's a middle school there, and I just don't. I never got the.
So this would have been separate from OFCC, is what you're saying.
I'm sorry.
What you're talking about, the conversation you had with Mr. Collier, would have been separate from the OFCC piece, the cost sharing, because you're saying that.
Well, it was me. It was Adam Collier and the superintendent, and the two of us were there. And yeah, so separate, I guess. I mean, we had, as far as I understood, our communication to the OFCC was that we were looking at K through 5 or K through 8. Make it fit, and here's the transportation savings, and even have the conversation about how unfortunate it is with all of these plans, including the third middle school and over on the other side of New Bixby, how unfortunate it is that when we make these plans, we don't take into account transportation costs, which are huge. I mean, so.
Well, this issue was brought up already at a board meeting.
All right. Well, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I just wanted to get that out. So, thank you. I still, you know, not this moment. I still would like to, at some point, Mr. Groove, maybe you can explain to me how we went from what I saw as the square we established to something else.
Sure. So one thing I do want to say, it was very much a part that transportation was considered, because in our plan for the middle and elementaries, we're locating the buildings where the students are. So if 2/3 of our students live north of 33, that's where we're looking to put 2/3 of our students to do that. You know, the other thing, and I don't, this is going to sound not how I want it to sound, but there are lots of people that came forward with ideas, and we had the facility committee to go through the options and rate them and score them and talk about pros and cons and things like that. And that's the best I can answer for how we ended up to the plan where we were. I'm not trying to diminish the idea. I'm not trying to diminish anyone's idea. And there are probably lots of potential things that could happen out there. You know, the one night we talked extensively about fitting a lot more students into middle school central and keeping middle school central. So there were lots of ideas shared. Again, many of which good ideas, but the recommendation that we got to through that planning committee, we talked a little bit last time about involvement and trying to get people there and things like that. It's not a perfect situation, but that's the recommendation that the team that we had, the people who showed up, came to.
I would say, which we've said at past meetings, is the scenario that John just described, the school in Independence, was not presented to the groups. A K through 8 was not presented to the groups, so they couldn't vote on it.
I'm I would have to go from memory, but I know that we had Independence Village sites in different grade configurations. That didn't we start with like 36 different variations in one of the first meetings?
We did, and just as a reminder, we haven't taken Independence Village, the site that's owned at Independence Village, off the table as a potential school site. What we steered away from at Independence Village was putting middle schoolers in that site, because ultimately that site's not large enough to support any sort of middle school athletics. So having a K-5 population there is fine, because there is enough land there to support an elementary school. There's just not enough land to support 7, 8, 6, 7, 8. And so ultimately, when we got away from that model of having a K-8 at that site, because ultimately K-8s, that wasn't a preferred model with the planning team as we went through. So we weren't going to just put a K-8 in Independence Village and then have different configurations of grades at different sites. The planning team decided to stay, consistent with the building types. And so Independence Village is still a viable site. It's still viable for looking at an elementary school in a future phase. It just wasn't viable for looking at a middle school in this phase. And ultimately, middle schools were what were decided to be the highest priority, to be able to relieve some of the pressure off of the elementary schools as part of this next segment.
And
so
can you
that's where
refresh my memory why those were the priority, the middle schools?
I think we're past that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, never mind. I forget it. Let's just vote on this.
Thank you.
All right, we got roll call, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you so much for answering the questions in your handout for today. Unless you had another, did you have something to add? Okay, I'm sorry. We got roll call, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you.
Mrs. Dowdleberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner,
No.
and Ms. Walsh.
No.
Motion passes.
All right, my last item. The treasurer recommends Groveport Madison School Board of Education authorize the treasurer to submit to the Franklin County Auditor the FY24 final appropriations and then the FY24 final minutes certificate of estimate resources as of June 30, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Gray, Mr. Bauer, are there any questions or comments on this item? All right, here, none, we have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dowdleberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
All right, motion passes.
Executive session. The superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education adjourn to executive session for the purpose of preparing for, conducting, or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with employees in accordance with Ohio Revised Code 121.22.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Ms. Gray, Mr. Bauer, we got roll call, please, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dowdleberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Ms. Kirschner,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
And Seth, you second that, right?
Yes.
The time is 10:47. We will be back. Everybody ready? The time is 12:33. We've reconvened from executive session. On to comments, announcements, and other business.
I have a few items. Most of you probably saw an invitation from Paul about the Toledo visit. Some of our board members have seen them present at least once, some cases twice, about some additional programming and partnerships with airports and other things like that. So we're scheduling a visit to go up there and see what they do. Books to Keep is a partnership with Half Price Books that Ty Debevoise has been working on, and I think we're going to get about 1,500 books a month, and we'll split those between 3 elementary schools and rotate them back and forth. So half of our elementaries, the kids, I mean, if you think about 1,500 books, 500 per school, that should give every kid a book every other month at our elementary school. So Ty's been working on resolving that. And I had stuffed the backpack on here, but I think Latoya could probably actually talk about that more. You did the interview with Channel 4. My other 2 items, I was too excited to hold off on the JROTC and the construction trades that we talked about back in the HR thing. So those are my topics.
So Toledo, did that, because I didn't have this going, I couldn't make out everything you said. Toledo has to do with the books?
No, 2 different topics.
Why are we touring Toledo?
Toledo has some targeted programs that they do with different business partnerships that we're going to go visit and see if we could get some ideas and model some things after them.
Right. Now, and you know, Canal has a full-time person that does that too?
Does what?
The business partnerships, the mentoring programs and all that?
Yeah, this is a little bit different. I mean, we have we have people who can work to set up mentorship roles, but this is actually I'm talking about something that I haven't officially heard about. So
You talking about Toledo?
Like Toledo.
So Toledo, they have an academies. Toledo has an academies approach where they're actually more aligned with Department of Workforce and Education and Workforce. And actually, DEW, the governor.
Hold on.
involved-
I'm sorry, Kathy.
I'm sorry?
Kathy's talking. Are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. My computer said that
Turn off your,
my password had expired, so I couldn't get online.
turn off your speaker.
Oh,
Sorry.
it isn't.
Okay. So Toledo Public Schools have an academies model that is more aligned with what the way DE, Department of Education and Workforce, or formerly known as Ohio Department of Education, is going. DEW has been up there, the governor and all. They've presented at our national conference. They presented at our local OSBA conference. And so we had asked about doing a tour they've offered. So myself, I know board member Bauer, Gray, you can speak on your own experience. We wanted to go actually see what that looks like. And it's not just a person, it's a full-on operation, grow your own, which would then help us change our academics here in Groveport just versus, I know we're getting seals and stuff, but they kind of go above and beyond the graduation requirement concepts, kind of where we're already starting with the construction program with CTE, something like that, but it branches us out into education, the mechanical arm, aviation, medical professions, nursing, and doctoral, being a physician. So all those programs are there. I mean, they even have a plane with their own logo on it. So those are the reasons. So hopefully you guys are able to attend. It'll be a great experience. I know Ms. Chris Varwick. She is our previous immediate past president for the Ohio School Boards Association, and it's actually her school district. So she's our immediate past president of our association, and they're just doing a bang up job with taking that model. And I think they're leading the state right now on that work. So that is what
And-
that visit is for.
And don't they have an agreement with Boeing and all that?
And Delta, so they have
Delta, that's what I
pipelining
was
with
thinking,
jobs. Yeah,
Delta.
they have pipelining into a lot of the industries that we actually have right in our backyard.
So like with Boeing, for instance, they're teaching the kids how to build an airplane, and then they also have another program where they're learning their to get their pilot's license, and then they're coming out with I think it was a 2 or 3 year contract,
Right.
straight out at like 65,000 a year.
Yeah, and they have a first dip with Delta, which is one of the top airlines in the country. They have almost a farm to table where they're developing their entire ecosystem from agricultural, veterinarian, and it's this whole thing that's connected to their Department of Natural Resources in their local area. So it's a full out things. I talk to Miss Chris often, and I connected our leadership with their superintendent and such, so we can look and see what that looks like. Because I think our populations are very much similar, and I think it would be a great thing to have here in Groveport. But like I said, a lot of the the industries we have are right in our backyard, and how can we leverage that a lot better?
Yeah, and they house the students at their locations. Like
Yeah.
Delta
Yes.
has them at their.
Right. Yeah, and actually back when I was in school, we had aeronautics and Colonel Moore, and we had Civil Air Patrol as well. So that's something I know, baby steps, right? But when you were talking about junior ROTC, that came to mind. We students used to be able to get their pilot's license and fly out of Lockbourne, Rickenbacker. So that's really cool. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You said step the backpack. We did do an informational that ran. We were selected by Channel 4 to do information about stuff the backpack. We did a recording that ran during the 4th of July, the Boom celebration on Channel 4, this past last week. And then it's still running. And then our commercial with Primary One Health. We did a commercial with the CEO of Primary One Health, Miss Charlie De Tavares. So that is currently running right now to encourage people to join in the efforts to stuff the backpack, as Channel 4 supports multiple school districts. Couple things I wanted to bring up. I know there was a request for boardmanship training, and I was informed by our person at OSBA it is a 3.5 hour training they offer, and I wasn't sure if that was something that we wanted to move into, but I wanted to mention it publicly, and I can also reach out to everyone separately. It would not be Miss Morgan; it would be her colleague, Mr. Quinn, and he is available, but may. He could come on our August 4th, our next meeting, but if we wanted to do a separate one, we could. As I stated, that training is about 3.5 hours.
Yeah. I mean,
And I think there is a fee. I'll get the fee for you all as well. So there's that. And then we have a couple sessions based off tonight, just to recap, make sure I didn't miss anything. We want to discuss, make sure I didn't miss my notes. Board docs, info, and then there's a legal presentation as well, if need be, on special meetings. So that will be the next couple things that I received from today. And then my last thing is last month, or yeah, it was June or May, I can't remember, but the Ohio School Board Association selected me to be the federal legislative um, advocacy group delegate for our congressional district 15. So they paid for us to go to the conference, or at least the conference fee, not the travel. But I've been selected to be the delegate on Capitol Hill in September to represent our entire congressional district. At first, I thought you had to apply for it, but nope, we were selected by for whatever reason, and I'm excited to represent not only our district but our entire congressional district 15. So I'll be meeting with Congressman Jim Carey and his group, and then connecting with our other surrounding school districts to kind of ensure we advocate for public education. So I just wanted to share that with the group and be transparent with
Are
that.
there any press releases? With
There
that?
isn't. Nope. There's nothing. I asked about
Can I
that.
have
too.
Ty call you and write down some details?
If he, yeah, I did ask Miss Nicole Pasquiani, Pas, Pis, I can't. Yes, she is one of our legal people, but she's over Piscatani. Yes, I talked to her today just to kind of make sure I wasn't missing anything, and I'm on track to do what they're asking of me to do. And she said she never heard anybody ask about that. Yeah. So, but that is something. We have our state person, and then you also, you represent your local district, and then they do have a federal level. So we're excited about that, and I think it's good work that our association does as far as advocating for public education. So, wanted to share that with my board colleagues today.
Cool.
Are there any other comments? So, just to recap on the boardmanship training, are we wanting a separate meeting or at our regular board meeting?
Definitely separate, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, send your availability. So we're not,
Why don't you check with him and
I've already did. That's why I'm telling you to send your availability. He's available in August. It's just, I asked him, was he available on the 14th? Because that was our next board meeting. He's available that date. But if we're not wanting that date, I think we should provide dates that are available. I can send out, you can send me your dates individually. Because I don't want to do anything that will violate the Open Meetings Act. So feel free to send me your dates, and whatever I get, you'll have until Friday to send me that by 4:30, and then I'll go from there to coordinate the meeting. So if you can send me your dates by 4:30 p.m. Friday, I then will take that and try to see what OSBA is able to give us to set up the boardmanship training. So is everyone okay with getting me their availability for the month of August by Friday at 4:30 p.m.? Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay. All right. On to adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
All right. I have Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bowers second. We have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dottelberg.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Motion passes. The time is 12:45 a.m. This meeting is adjourned.